Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma. Welcome to another stream. Hello. We're back, and also back working on the Handyman with the Unicycle properly for the first time in a bajillion years. We had a stream a little bit ago, just looking at stuff in this game and rambling for eons and eons about stuff about it, but today we are actually hopefully going to be coding stuff and hoping that it goes well and doesn't explode into a pile of everything not working. But we'll see. Yeah. Also, unrelated, I don't think I have any practical way of using this today, but I got a drawing tablet, so that's something. It's like I wanted to get for a while. I was like, yeah, I actually decided to do so. And it came with one of these gloves. I know these are like artisty gloves of like when you're drawing on one of these so your hand isn't like touching the thing and all that. But whoa! Yeah, it does stuff. One application of this that actually relates to game stuff. I can't draw well in general, so I don't know how much I'll realistically be using it. But I know a common thing that people do with stuff like Blender is when you're sculpting stuff. I still have to like... Wait, this should actually be doing stuff. No, not if I don't go like blah. Sculpting! Woo! With an amount of like, yeah, going back and forth between different things. Yeah, woo! Now, yeah, so like I know that people, yeah, do sculpting stuff with drawing tablets sometimes. And that be a thing. But then there's also, you know, actually drawing, which I am no artist, and drawing with this is still hard, but I can attempt things. Definitely, you know, kind of thing it takes getting used to. Yeah. So that's something. I don't know. I don't know what practical purpose that will serve for this stream, but we'll see eventually. It is also, I didn't realize this until after I got it, but like I think it's like assumed right-handed, as most people are right-handed. It has like buttons, other buttons and stuff that you can assign to do different things, I guess. But if I'm, you know, writing, I can't necessarily be like other hand on buttons as easily unless I'm like hand over doing stuff. Unless I learn to draw with my right hand, but I'm a lefty and I plan to continue to be a lefty for the near future, but I don't know. Although, I mean, like pencil writing versus like using a drawing tablet. I don't know if I'll find that to be different, and maybe I'll become a pen tablet righty, but a pencil lefty. I don't know. We'll see. Can I even? Let me just, because so in terms of drawing tablet stuff, it's like there's kind of two types of drawing tablets. One where it's just blackness and drawing on it. I'm not like I'm in map out here to what's like on like where that lies on my monitor. That's different than there's some that are actually like more expensive and are like an actual screen, so I could actually see where I'm writing. In terms of like writing words, you know, it'd be easier if I didn't have to keep like remapping out like, okay, where is this relative to like the previous pen stroke or whatever. But imagine it's a thing. It's a matter of yeah, getting used to stuff. But just yeah, this is way harder to write words than I initially thought that it would be. And they'd be like, oh, it'd be like the same as just writing on stuff on paper. And my penmanship isn't that great, but it's definitely not this bad. I draw with that, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. But oh, and there I am pressing hotkeys. Yeah, that's yeah, I don't know. Anyways, not super important, and not at all even the focus of this stream, but that just is a thing. I did get, as well, eventually, I've said this many times, I'll say it again, I never started the background music. No! I thought I was forgetting something. Turns out I was. Oh, hello! Hi. Southpaw here, too. I can pretend to know what that means, but hello. Welcome to the stream. I was just saying that, like, Well, one, we're going to be working on the Handyman with Unicycle, so that's going to be a thing. But also, homage! Hello from I graduated to adulthood. Cool. I'm assuming you mean that you graduated high school, because I believe I remember you before saying that you were in high school, if I remember things correctly. But first of all, hello! And second, awesome. That's fantastic. Wait, it's September, so that would have been like months ago. But I wasn't streaming months ago, so yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Well, yeah, congratulations. And so with it being September now, I assume that means that you're in, like, you possibly in, what's the word am I looking for? Post-secondary education is the fancy term for it. Yeah, so then, yeah, best of luck with all of that. In my personal experience, so I did university doing computer science. I guess it massively depends on, like, what field you're into and your level of interest and all that. I found my later years at my later years of university to be somewhat, like, easier in some aspects, but harder in some aspects. But overall, for me personally, I would say easier. My fourth year was like really hard, but also it was kind of a breeze. I think it's just I was doing stuff that I was more interested in, even though it was harder and also in some aspects. But yeah, I'm going to do computer sciences. Very cool. Best of luck with that. I can, attempt to... I won't be doing your homework for you, but I can attempt to give some level of general question answering or something like that. I don't know. But I mean, also very, like, it's more like, if you're asking a question about C# stuff, cool. If you're asking about how the internet works, I can't help you. I did do one class on, networking and stuff with how the internet works. That was very hard. That was a very difficult class, but I passed it, so I don't need to worry about it anymore. Yeah. I was worried about Speed Racer back then. Not a problem. Yeah, you were still working on like making like a Speed Racer clone, right? Like, how's that going? Hope that's going well, if you are still working on it, unless you're like me and having a million bajillion unfinished projects, like this one that started way back when. Yeah, switch to the Roblox engine. Oh, interesting. Also, my feet are tired. I'm gonna go this. Yeah. I not familiar at all with the Roblox engine and what it's capable of, other than making Roblox things. But from what I can tell from little glimpses of stuff, it's like evolved a lot more than its heyday. You make a lot of things that don't even look like they were made in Roblox to some degree and whatnot, so which mildly fascinates me, but I have way too many things on my to-do list pile to even bother checking that stuff out myself. Like, Already I'm like, oh, I use Unity, but like, maybe I want to experiment with Unreal or Godot or stuff like that someday, but I'm too busy to even do that. I'm not too busy, I'm more like I have other stuff that I have a higher priority list of stuff that I'd rather be doing, I suppose. Understandable, but neat regardless, though. Cool, the different things that people can make and different engines and like their pros and cons and blah 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 blah. There's also that Unity, just the company has been under some hot water lately, having some not fun stuff going on. I think Roblox has had some drama, but I think that's more with like high up people that do stuff in Roblox rather than Roblox the company itself, although I might be saying incorrect things because I've just not stuff I've kept up with. I don't like watch news stuff that happen. I'm very behind on like not seeing all of the news on every little thing, but yeah. But Unity that affected me, so I was more on top of that. But even then, there was still like, as people were saying stuff in chat, like, oh, if they changed some of the stuff with what they were saying, I'd like to know all the specifics. But yeah, Unity had some issues, and or not had, is still having some ongoing issues. But it went from being like really bad to being mildly less bad, I guess. So yeah, that's how that be. It's still kind of ongoing. Some stuff they've talked about that hasn't been fully implemented yet. The one thing that's positive for me though, out of the whole stuff that happened, is it means that in a million years when I finish the Handyman with Unicycle, is that I'll be able to launch it without having the Made with Unity thing. Oh, I forgot that I did that. Yeah. It won't need the Made with Unity thing because one change they're making is having it be like, you see how it's like faded out? Only if you have like the paid version of Unity, like you're paying a monthly fee or whatever, then you can turn this off. They're making it so that the free version can also turn it off. So that's like the one tiny glimmer of hope amongst all of the other bad things. With all the additional fees and whatnot. Yeah, so that's stuff. But anyway, so what I was saying before, another thing is that jumping around between a bunch of topics. You know, we're gonna let a thing play while I'm doing it, while I'm doing my introductory rambling. It's gonna be too loud. Hopefully not. So this isn't what we're doing in today's stream, but this is a separate thing that I was working on over the last couple streams, and I'm still continuing to work on. But more of the next bits of this are kind of happening off stream. So this is my next video, as it currently is. There's still more to be done. Number one thing is that it's missing background music. So as a mild substitute, what fits? Let's go with this. Sure. Pretending it has background music via the stream background music made really quiet, but yeah. Let me restart it. Yeah. So this is the video as it currently is. It's a tutorial, but also new interesting style with interesting like movement. The background's doing interesting stuff. These monitors and all that and whatnot. Yeah, and I think it's cool. There's still more I want to do with this, but it's like off to it's in a good state as it currently is. And my current goal is to making 10 tutorials in this sort of style where each one kind of, that looks sick. Thank you. Yeah, worked hard on this. And yeah. So I want to make 10 tutorials in this kind of style. And then I'm going to be moving on to other types of videos that I want to do with something like rendered in Unity animated shorts, kind of moving away from tutorials temporarily, just because I have more things I want to do for different reasons. But the idea is, 10 tutorials in this style, each one I kind of want to do more with this setup, like making this monitor thing, like doing more with making these monitors themselves look interesting, having each one probably have different backgrounds. The next one of these is going to have to do with lasers, so doing stuff with lasers in the background is a thing that I do. Yeah, and even stuff with my actual, background. I'm considering getting a green screen and then doing green screen stuff, but not just yet. We'll see. At some point I might do that. Yeah. So, yeah, this is ever-evolving thing. I'll let that continue to play. I guess I'm talking over it, so you can't really hear it, or I don't know whose voice is drowning out whose. This cutscene reminds me of something from Sly Cooper. So, Sly Cooper is on my list of games that I've never played before. So, watch for spoilers. I know there's 3 games in it. Game I haven't played before, but I'm super interested in playing eventually. It's on my list of, I think it's a game I would really like. I just haven't got around to it. I've been busy doing this stuff. Although, because I have not played it, if I eventually get to it, it would be good stream content. Last game that I played on stream, Lost in Random. That was a game that I started but didn't finish. I did one stream of it. It was annoying though that, the first hour of that stream, I accidentally had some wrong OBS settings, so, the stream itself looks really bad for the first, hour or so, and then I fixed stuff and it got better. There's 4 games? 4th of my favorite. Why did I think there was 3? The Jack and Daxter, there's 3, but technically 4, but technically 5, but basically 3. Jack and Daxter games. But, I know it's so I didn't even look at the titles. The Sly Cooper, it's Honor Among Thieves, and something with, I think the third one, there's has time in it somewhere, so it's I think it has to do with time travel of some kind, but, I'm curious. I just want to see what all the games are. I don't know, I don't know if the 4th one, let's see, there's oh! Really? Interesting. So I'm just seeing on Wikipedia, 4th is here. Very cool, very cool. Makes sense to some degree of games getting better as they come out. I didn't realize there was this much of a gap. I thought it was just like Jack and Daxter, where it's like, oh, in the early 2000s they made them and then stopped making more, and people always want more, but they stopped making them. I did not read stuff that I'm totally, because it's gonna be spoilers. But yeah, what? Okay. Oh, so only the one that came out, I was about to say recently. 10 years ago is not recent. Jeez, but more recent than whatever this long gap is. But yeah, fair enough. Interesting. Yeah, at some point. At some point. I have to have some way of either PS2 emulatoring onto my computer, or having, I have an actual PS2, getting that hooked up to somehow be able to beat through OBS or whatever. But that's way further down my priority list. In terms of just games that I would potentially stream, I have a lot more stream games that Steam games that I would do more like first, because it's easier to have less technical issues to make that happen. Yeah. Currently, what I'm doing is like, so of the things that I'm jumping back and forth between streaming wise, I have this video that I'm working on. There's been a couple streams working on this video stuff, but this isn't what we're doing today. We're gonna be working on the Handyman with Unicycle. I'm working towards, like, yeah, now getting back to working on that game full time, because this is my next, hopefully, proper big game that you need capture card for real PS2 gameplay. Yeah. So, if I were to be let's play, or playing games or whatever on stream, probably, yeah, stick to Steam stuff for now. Worry about more of that physical stuff a lot later. Because, again, that's not a super high priority. I'm more a programming streamer rather than a let's play streamer for now. We'll see. Although playing games can be good for making your own games better, both for also it's ending. Hold on. See you around. The monitor flips is cool. Yeah, this has turned out well. There's more that I want to do with it, but it's, yeah. And there's this, and then this is almost done. It also has a fancy thing where it automatically goes out of play mode once it ends. I coded that to be a thing. Makes it easier to then export this, like just playing the scene, turning that into just a recorded video, which is the plan. That's how this becomes a video. All right, that's done. Cool. Don't know how much of any of that was legible, but is that too loud? Unsure. Well, oh wait, no, my own speakers are loud. Speakers, headphones, whatever. The pen fell out. One thing's like the holder, maybe I'm just not using it right, but the holder thing that this came with, it does not hold the pen well. It doesn't stay in. Like any movement and it falls out. Wait, it's supposed to go upside down? No. Just doesn't. This thing, it has a second purpose that is to like take out this thing. Oh, you can't even see it. Like the very tip of it, because there's like replacement things with that. No, don't lose it. No. Hold on. Blah. Never good. Whatever. Not important. Off to the side you can go. Geez, I had so many things to say, and as always, when I begin a stream, it all just goes out my ears. Okay, so, but anyway, so this is not what we're doing. We're doing stuff with this today, but I can ramble about previous things that I've done because it's cool, and I'm making cool things that are, yeah, just having more stuff that I've started and, like, actually finishing. But yeah, so, yeah, this be cool, but, like, I want to do more with this, like, the next couple, like, these tutorials that I do, I want to, like, do more interesting stuff with the background, more interesting things with these monitors, with the actual clips that are happening on them, blah, blah. The video itself is still missing, like, background audio and then other, like, small tweaks, so, like, that's gonna be stuff, but, yeah. Other thing that I interrupted myself earlier to say, over there, I have now more hardware with, I have my old computer over there, and its desk, old desk that I acquired. What am I trying to say? I got a monitor, like a cheap monitor I could find that was like works, because I want to have that computer being basically running 24/7 to then be able to have stuff running on it that then serves purposes for the stream, such as below the stream, the currently looping video, I want to have it be like live feed from a Unity scene, and then from that getting more cool stuff to happen. Like instead of being a looping video, it can just, by being a live running Unity scene, it doesn't even have to really loop. It can just be stuff happening that has a lot more randomness to it, and not having to worry about it looping. It can therefore just be more interesting. Making multiple of these animation-y type things below there to like switch out, like switch between a couple every now and then, stuff like that. Potentially be able to have people type stuff in chat and then it affects things. It would be cool. Or even special things happen when people like follow or sub or whatever. Like the amount of time it'll take to make all that stuff happen for like it'll only really happen very, very occasionally. It's lower on my priority list for right now. I have a lot of things that I'm currently juggling between with, like, you know, this and the 9-day game, and potentially I started working on the stuff down there. That's an additional thing. I'm trying not to have too many things too many ongoing projects that I'm working on at the same time, because it'll take a million years for any of them to get done. So that's why initially working on the Handyman with the Unicycle was like a lot further down in that list. I want to be working on it because it's cool, and like, I do think that as far as the different things that I'm making, once this makes more progress, will be the most interesting thing to watch, like to be streamed, of like, hey, I'm actually making a game, rather than I'm making a little animation that's running under the thing. Like, this is cool, but this, once it has more progress, will be cooler. And this is also making something that can actually be playable by other people other than me. But yeah, I imagine I'll be kind of, switching back and forth between stuff. But right now is basically working on this for the stream, and then between streams, I'm on my own finishing up this video. And then once this video is done, then I'll move on to this, to then probably a combination of this and getting the below the stream animation-y thing working over there, which I don't know how well that will work in terms of actually being streamable now that I say that out loud. What I'll need is some easy way to sort of transfer stuff between here and there. I'll figure that out. That's stuff for me to figure out on my own time. I know you can do things where, like, I don't know the terminology for it, but I can have that computer running, and then through networky stuff, have the screen that's over there be on this computer as, like, a window. And that would be a way where it could potentially be streamable. But also, look into that. I've done something similar with a Raspberry Pi before, so yeah, I'll figure that out. That's stuff for me to sort out. But that'll be kind of the next stuff that I'll be juggling between, and it will be cool. So, with this game, as I said, this is a game that I was working on like a year ago. Started as a school project. What the school project was is like, it's evolved way more from what it initially was. And yeah, we have a lot of cool ideas that I'm looking forward to seeing them actually shape up and be executed, and not all terrible and buggy and barely working. So yeah, I want to, in this stream, back to actually working on some stuff with this game, and where we are going to be starting with that is the player. The sort of two avenues of the next stage of developing stuff with this game are as follows. There is the demo, like as I've said before, I have like the grandiose idea of what I want this game to be. Before I'm making that, or on the way to making that, like, I'm making a demo, as games do. Games sometimes have demos. I'm making I'm like planning the demo first. Although I'm doing the demo, I guess, a little bit differently than how some games do demos. Some games will be like, here's just a couple levels from randomly in the middle of the big game. Here you go. I'm kind of doing that, but I'm doing it a little bit differently, where I'm planning a demo with 3 levels and then a hub world of going between the levels. And I don't 100% know if these levels will appear in the final game. I think the ideas will, but I think it'll be easier to plan these levels if I'm not forcing them to double as levels that make sense for the demo and levels that make sense for the final game. Because going between demo and final game, like, I could change stuff with, like, the player's movement speed or whatever, or, like, just stuff with the player. These demo levels are also being used for me to be like, okay, are these ideas working with what I want out of the game. Trialing stuff, a testing ground for myself to just see stuff and then get that feedback and then tweak things with like the player and hazards and blah blah blah, and then make more stuff after it. Where then when I move on to then making like I've done all that, like taking the feedback and like improving stuff, then move on to making real stuff. Then we'll see if these levels have a place in the full game. Maybe they will. Maybe it's like, here's a chunk of this level, but I have to change these bits. Or just the conceptual idea of the level, like this level being on like a whole submarine in lava, like parts breaking and like lava like leaks that you have to fix. I could take just the general idea and effectively rebuild the level from scratch. Like, we'll see. Basically what I'm saying is I'm not forcing that this level for the demo has to be exactly how it looks in the final game. That's all I'm trying to say. The demo definitely, or the hub world probably won't be, because I'm making a, more specialized version of the hub world to just have the 3 levels, whereas the real hub world will have all of the levels. So, like, just to design this hub world to look good with only having the 3 levels. Anyway, so basically the demo will have some differences, but the idea is there's going to be a lot that can be conceptually reused. Even just like models, like when I make this submarine level, all the models that I make with different stuff, I imagine a lot of that can be reused. Probably, hopefully, and we'll see. Anyways, so demo with 3 levels. There's this hub world that is on a not just an airship, but like a fleet of a couple different aerial vehicles of different kinds, like blimps and planes and all that, all flying in unison together, and you go between them as part of this big hub world. And then a few of them will have the level entrances. This, I still got to figure out more exactly how it's going to be designed. This is very, very placeholder. So there's the hub world and then 3 levels. The middle one is the one that's kind of planned the most. Levels 1 and 3 still have a lot more planning to go, especially level 1. The first level of this demo, a lot more planning to be done, mainly just to figure out like the tutorial side of like how I'm going to teach mechanics and teach them well and whatnot. Basically, first level is going to be a carnival in some kind of a forest. I know it can be common, like the first level of a game being in a grassy forest area of some kind, that can lead it to being generic. So I'm trying to like do more with it, so it's not just green area with trees and grass. I want to do more with it so that like even the first level can be interesting and exciting. But basically, a carnival in some kind of forest or swamp, or like the test, like the temporary like level name that I had was Forest on the Cliffside. So doing more with like cliffs and maybe some slight like underground areas. By having cliffs, stuff can be all like breaking and whatnot. So there's like potential for cool stuff and ideas and whatnot. We'll see. If I wanted to like have it to stay away from it being too generic looking, I could have the forest be in fall, and then it's lots of oranges, and maybe that could look cool aesthetically or whatever. We have submarine in a volcano. This is we're having a level where you're inside a giant submarine. Because another thing I wanted to do is level 1, for the sake of testing different environments and that they're going to work gameplay wise and aesthetically wise and like with the camera and whatnot. First level is going to be mainly exterior stuff. Doesn't have to be 100% exterior, but mostly exteriors. Second level is mostly interiors, and then the third level was going to have some combination of interior and exterior areas. The last level, the third level, last level of this demo being heist in a skyscraper of some kind. I have the conceptual idea, but still needs to be planned out a lot more. I just want some kind of heist thing where you're trying to steal something, but also it being very up high and going between a bunch of skyscrapers like that are really tall and all up in the sky and whatnot. So yeah, hopefully that'll be cool. Also, the setting of this game is going to be mildly futuristic. We'll see how future-y, sci-fi-y it ends up being, but I'm thinking there will be flying cars to some degree, and those could also be things that you platform between and could look very, very cool. But yeah, we'll see how those actually flesh out as I make them. Okay, so with that, anyways, so all that to say, like, I have plans for the stuff that we're going to be making as we do this, but we're not jumping headfirst into all of that just yet. This scene was where we were starting to plan the first of these levels, this submarine lava-y level. You may notice that there's a bunch of platforms and a bunch of floating things of just like all these little empty game objects with things that have text that are explaining different ideas, and then all of these lines that are different colors that are going between everything. So first thing, above all things, is I in retrospect designed some stuff accidentally a bit poorly with first making this. That's sort of led to there being way more lines than I would think that there should be given what this level is. And levels 1 and 3, with just the way that they're going to be, will have significantly less lines to communicate the ideas of stuff that there needs to be. But I'm going to leave these lines as they are. I'm not going to rebuild this from the ground up at the moment, just to have it have less lines. Basically, the idea with these lines, so in this level, you are in kind of open, rather than going from beginning level to rather than it being a linear, go from beginning to the end, this is kind of like an open sandboxy kind of thing where you can go in a lot of directions. And each of where these lines meet, and there's one of like these, is an object of interest in the levels, which means the circus rides is all the blue ones, so I'll start with those. All the circus rides that at random intervals they'll start to break, and they have a health bar that's going down that the ride is breaking, and you have to get to it from wherever you are and then repair the ride, get that health bar to full before it breaks completely and it's completely broken, and you, the player, get a strike. You get 3 strikes, you lose the level. So you have these circus rides that are just, different types of circus rides that we could end up making, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, like spinny egg scrambler things, like all different stuff like that, different, aesthetically cool looking circus themed things. Even like food trucks, I'd say like something like that counts. But basically stuff that needs to be repaired, that if it breaks completely, then people will get injured and like hurt, and that's bad. So for most of the level, you are just having to ride around between all these blue lines and repair stuff. The lines are basically like the way that I wanted to plan this, I think works for the way I wanted to do the gameplay. The moment-to-moment gameplay is the going between from one thing to the other, but there's both the strategy of like these 5 things have health bars going down. From having gone around the level, I kind of have an idea of like, if I'm here, like what's the fastest way to get to like different areas. So there's both the strategy of stuff is breaking, I gotta strategize the best path to take to get to all the things, to repair all the things in time, so that none of them break, and then also the moment-to-moment gameplay of, as you're going from one thing to another, there's hazards in the way. So I wanted to plan it as if, between any 2 points of interest, as in any 2 rides to fix, there is at least one hazard. Hazard or obstacle. Hazard can be you touch this thing and it hurts you, or it can be a simple like go around this like swirling path or whatever, or over here like up this magnet wall. So like hazard doesn't have to be like fire or whatever. Like an obstacle of some kind can just be like here's a spring and like or a catapult, like but of different severity of how much of a problem the hazard is. Okay, so so that's that. All these other colored lines are more special things. See, if this level just had the blue lines, it wouldn't look as crazy and chaotic. The other lines are for more additional things that I want to happen in this level, which is, because it's a submarine, I want there to be cracks that happen, and then like, oh no, like water's coming in, you gotta repair it, or the crack, or else the submarine will explode and whatnot. Except in this case, because for the sake of just being cool and more imaginative and creative, instead of being in water, we're in the middle of a volcano and it's lava coming in just because there can be. So these different other some of these other color lines, except for, ignore the green ones, I'll get back to them. The red, the orange, and the yellow are where leaks are gonna happen. And I want there to basically be 3 waves of leaks. So it's like, you start the level, I'll attach arbitrary minute values. You start the level at minute 0, you're going around repairing these rides, they're breaking, whatever, at, let's say, 1 minute in, boom, like 5, do I remember where, I think the yellow ones are where it starts, Nope, Leaks Wave 2, I did name Leaks Wave 1, so it's the orange. Like a minute in or 2 minutes in, let's say a minute in, I think there's, how many of these are there? Oh, I have them labeled. There are 10. These 10. Bam, 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 there. leaks happen all at once, and then all of them have their own health bars, effectively, and you gotta get to all of them and fix them all before any of them run out completely, because they're all kind of in unison. And that's happening while the circus rides are continuing to also be breaking. So you gotta deal with both. So it's a combination of these the blue ones are every once in a while, one's starting to break. Now this one's starting to break. Now this one's starting to break, where the yellow is like all at once, poosh. Here's 10 things that are all going down, adding to just that chaoticness of, oh god, there's more stuff I gotta deal with. Now the idea is these 10 are all kind of easier to reach areas. You see they're kind of all just kind of in a path in a big circle. So that's a thing that's on purpose. Then you fix them all up, and then you keep going, you're repairing other stuff, sort of getting caught up on everything. Then let's say 2 minutes in, or depending on how long that takes, it's like 3 minutes in. Or let's say, so the first wave happens at like 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, and then the second one happens at 5 minutes or something. Then 5 more happen, and that's all the yellow ones, except these, there's only 5, and they're in 5 harder to reach areas, so there's less of them, but they're in like places that take more effort to get to, or more out of the way, or whatever. So that is there, and there, and there. And then there's also, if you were too slow with repairing the lower leaks, some of them might still be going off. That all depends on the actual timing of these things and stuff. I'll be adjusting as we're, going about it, but doing like a timing that like is fair and not super obscenely difficult to do. Anyways, then you keep going, you're repairing everything, and then wave 3, I have 15 things that break that are in more like, I'm saying, medium difficulty to reach areas, but but by this time, like, if you're on, like, this far into the level, you've gone around the level a bunch, so you're maybe a master at, like, getting, like, you've learned the layout of the level more, so you might be able to be better at being more efficient in just getting around from place to place. And then you do wave 3, and then maybe a little bit more time on doing all the blue stuff, and then ta-da, level's done, you did it, good for you. And again, between each of these points is, yeah, a lot of stuff. In hindsight, I don't know if the red areas were as, like, what makes the level more complicated is just, yeah, all these different leak points and me just having to connect them conceptually to the rest of all the other stuff, which means this level has a lot of total points of interest. There are, currently, I guess there's 12 rides, there's 10 of the first wave leaks, but then they're gone forever, and then so, like, it's like a lot of these areas, they're only places you need to go to temporarily, and then you don't need to touch them again, so maybe that, like, the level's not that, yeah, as chaotic as it looks, maybe. Oh, there's this one purple area, this is just the player spawn, and the player spawn, I guess, connects to some other areas, so there's that too. Yeah, in hindsight, maybe, like, leak 3 could have just been, have all the stuff from leak 1, all the stuff from leak 2 just happen again, but it's fine. Like, conceptually, it's fine. In fact, maybe it's more interesting that there's just more stuff. It just makes the level bigger, but hopefully it's not too overwhelming, not too big, not too much level, but, you know, we'll see. It's like, these are my ideas, we're gonna make them, and then we'll see what works and what doesn't. If the level is too big and there's too much going on, then we cut it down. If I build this and if it's too boring, there's not enough going on, then we increase all the chaoticness of, like, you know, how easy and how hard stuff is. I imagine, so these leaks are going to happen on consistent time, so on repeat playthroughs of the level, you can almost prepare for them. Like, they aren't going to be random. The circus rides are random of what is breaking, but I want to make sure that it's, like, a fair random that's, like, random but consistent in difficulty, hopefully. I want it to be the case that, like, you know, if you're good at the game, you can consistently do it without getting any strikes, without having anything break all the way. And that, like, the randomness isn't entirely the difference between the level being stupid easy and being impossible. Like, actually, like, there was no possible way with perfect gameplay to have fixed all the things in time. I want to make sure that I have the randomness be, yeah, consistent enough somehow. And right now the randomness is, like, it waits X amount of time between whatever public variables I put in. Let's say it's between 5 and 10 seconds, and then picks one of the random rides and tells that one to start breaking, and yeah. There is a tiny bit of a thing to make it a little bit, like, if you're falling behind, a tiny bit of helping you fall a little bit less behind. That is, let's say, so there's 10 rides here. if 5 of them are in that state where they're in the middle of their health bars going down, they're in the middle of breaking, when it goes to pick a new ride to start breaking, I purposely, on purpose, don't filter out the already breaking rides and say, let's just say by example, from 0 to 4, so that's, let's say 0 to 5. Yeah. 0 to 5, so of these 6 out of the 12 rides, if these are currently breaking, and these ones are totally fine, when it picks a new ride to say, hey, you start falling apart, if it picks one of these, then that gets added to now it's breaking. If it happens to pick one of these, then it does nothing. It sort of skips that step of then like waiting the initial 5 to 10 seconds or whatever to tell another ride to start breaking. So that's on purpose. So that has the behavior of the more rides that are currently breaking, i.e. the more behind you are, the slightly less likely it is for a new ride to get picked for that to start breaking. So it gives you slightly more, basically the more rides that are broken, it'll be longer kind of, with still some randomness until the next ride starts to break, which gives you a little bit of catch-up time, I suppose. Yeah, tiny thing, and we'll see if I need to, like, take that kind of mentality and do it more. But if I do have a bit of catch-up helping, I don't want it to be too strong where then the level is trivial and it's, like, impossible to lose or whatever. But we'll see. So I didn't cover all the colors. What's funny is me recapping all this is both recapping it for you guys and also recapping it for me, because I haven't looked at this in quite a long time. So I'm partially reminding myself how all of this works. I, just earlier confused which colors were what waves of the leaks, but it's like the orange one is leak wave 1. Anyway, so last thing is this green bit are these optional repair spots. And I think this is a thing that'll add to the strategy and add to the coolness of the gameplay. And it's basically, if you're it's rewarding you for being good at the game and for strategizing good, which is shortcuts. Is that I want the area to have shortcuts that you can't access immediately. And basically, as an example, what's this one? Broken piston. So, like, yeah, as an example hazard, there'd be, like, piston stuff going back and forth. We'll say that, like, for example, from all of these, they'd be going to this room that, yeah, it's all blocked off, basically. It's like, oh, stuff is broken, there's broken pistons, or whatever. Basically, this is not a thing you have to repair to beat the level, or anything like that, but if you, so you can, like, go up to this thing and start repairing it, and it'll have its health bar circle that'll slowly start filling it up. It never goes down, but it'll take a long time to repair. It does not, other rides repair almost instantaneously. You go up to it for like 2 seconds and then it's good. This thing will be like, whole like 30 seconds of repairing it, but you can't, so you don't have time to repair it all at once. So you repair it a little bit, and then you run off and continue to do other stuff with the level. You come back, you repair it a little more. You run off and do other things. You come back, you repair it a little more. And then once it's fully repaired, all this stuff like opens up, and then now you have a shortcut for the rest of the level. To be able to, go from here to here easily. If you're here and you want to be here, it's like, oh, well, sucks. You gotta go all the way around through these hard, difficult hazards. But then here, you repair this, and it's easy. You can, actually, I don't even know if this will have hazards at all, or if it'll be completely free. Basically, yeah, be able to optionally repair stuff to open up shortcuts to make traversal faster, which then makes the later stuff in the level, when there's these 15 leaks you gotta repair, makes that more manageable, or whatever. But you don't have to repair them, but you can. Maybe, I mean, conceivably, there could be, like, an achievement for, you repaired all the things. It doesn't have to be. But, yeah, the idea that you are, main gameplay is that you're fixing stuff to not die, to, like, not run out of strikes. But having different things throughout the level to also repair to make them do stuff is cool, and, see what more I can, do with that. So we'll see, yeah, kind of how this goes. So all these green lines aren't actually, like, these are all just saying the same thing. So I don't know if I were to do this again, I would, like, kind of contextualize it. Like, I'd maybe do this differently, because it was like, oh, it's a bunch of lines, I have to do all these things, but no, they're all like the same idea. Yeah, we'll see how that goes in practice. Even, like, these hazards, I don't know, or even, like, where these shortcuts are, I don't know how, good they are. Like, when I build the level for real, I might find that, like, this shortcut is completely useless, and because of these other things, like, no one has a reason to ever repair this. So, like, that's, stuff would be easier to, will be easier to test in, be easier to test in the real thing, like once it's all like built. And I mean, if it's part of it is then down to like, oh, it takes a long time to repair. If this hazard isn't that important, or if this shortcut isn't that important or isn't that helpful, then the time to repair it can just be on the lower side. So like, ta-da. But yeah, we'll see. Or I could, move stuff around. Like, if this shortcut's useless, but then I cut off one of these pathways and just remove it entirely, then maybe now this shortcut is more helpful. Or even just like, more than just the length of time it takes to take a path, if this path has a bunch of really hard obstacles that like takes a long time to cross just to get around all the obstacles, but this is free and has no obstacles, then like that also more justifies it, right? So there's options. And even so, like, it was a while ago when I then wrote down like planning, like I think some of this was on stream and some of it was off stream, just going through and just different ideas for what all these obstacles could be. Oh, by the way, as in one of these shortcuts, this one here, I want a cannon that you can repair that just shoots you out the top of the submarine all the way over and then you land in here. Basically, this shortcut is just to get you from one side to the other really fast. So, like, this line is very conceptual. It would be a big arc, not actually physically going through the level, but, yeah, so we have all these ideas for hazards and whatnot, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I don't know if then, like, when I start to actually build this, some of these might change, or, like, when we see a hazard in action, it might be like, oh, no, that's not going to work how I thought it would, blah, blah, blah. There's room to improve and whatnot. That then brings me to my next point of now, I guess, trying to actually get to... I ramble all day, we're not going to get to actually making stuff, so just, again, also reminding myself of what I'm doing here, because as much as I'd love to now take this planning and start to actually immediately build stuff, it is long overdue that the player itself, I don't think I've changed stuff, so I should be fine not saving that, hopefully, the player needs work. I've been doing a lot of thinking since the last time I've worked on this properly, and there is more that I want to do to make the physical movement of the player better and more interesting, and more bug-free is like the thing above all that should be done sooner than later. The longer I wait to make the player perfect, the more problems I will face later on, like stuff like that. Even just that you try to improve the physics of the player to get stuff to behave better, even if I want it to basically move the same will have effects on the player being slightly faster, slightly slower, like whatever, which then once I've built a real level, can have problems with me potentially having to rebuild large chunks of the level if, the sizes of gaps and stuff don't work properly. Now, the main thing I've been putting off with making the great reason I've been putting off improving the player is just because doing so is physically difficult to do. The code for this is very complicated, and lots of complicated physics and all that. But it is something that should be done sooner than later. There's even there's not all the it doesn't necessarily need all the polish of we don't have the actual an actual human character on here. That's something to eventually be done, and then all the animations that come along with that. That stuff doesn't 100% need to be done right now, as long hopefully it doesn't bite me later to not do it all right now. But mainly just the physics of how the player moves, that's important to get working now. But I mean, also having that polish, some of that polish now anyway, would be cool. Now the main thing that I wanted to do in regards to improving the player, because I could just be improving small things, just changing the move speed or whatever, but we're gonna, I think, be doing a pretty substantial bit of work of improving the player, kind of breaking him down and building him back up, not completely from scratch, but yeah, there's more that I want to do. The main thing is I want momentum to matter a lot more. I want you to be able to go down a hill and pick up a lot of speed. Be able to gain a lot of speed, and then I can have a ramp, and you go off that ramp and get a decent bit of speed from that. And then more than that, not just to go off ramps, but by going downhill, you get a lot of speed. Then the level design could reflect that more, of having more bumpy terrain to then work with that. But even stuff like this, I have this this example of a tall wall. You wouldn't, from just a slope like this, be able to make it all the way up it. But there's a little bit of there's a little bit of when it works like 10% of the time. And we had some stuff in place if you actually do kind of like turn sideways to be scaling the wall. I want, you know, more of that. And one, like, it just currently is completely very broken. I want it to be way less broken. I want you to be able to, if the wall was small like this, but you're just a little bit taller, I want you to be able to have the speed to scale it. And that would be cool. And then the extra step of that, if you can be going fast and be going sideways for a little bit, I want to do more with that. And maybe having like a curved slope where kind of like it goes down and then like up and then down or whatever. Like a racetrack kind of, or like a more Mario Kart style racetrack. I mean, I want the physics to be able to handle that and be cool and have that be fun, and you just physically are moving faster. And then loop-de-loops as a very stretched, like, I don't know how much it would realistically happen in the game, but I want the physics to be able to handle it. If I have a track, you go down a big ramp and it goes in a big old loop to where you're fully upside down for a little bit, I want the physics to handle that and not just combust on itself. But realistically, I don't know how much. I mean, if I make it work like that, then it might have some upside down bits and loops or whatever in the real game. I don't want to get too Sonic-like, but having the speed and the momentum that comes with that, and just, yeah, having the physics be better. I want the movement to be good. Most of the game is you traversing from point A to point B for sake of strategy and then also dodging hazards, but I still want the movement itself. I think I can do a lot more with it that can hopefully make the game a lot cooler. And then there's, like, when being in the air, there's a lot that I think I need to redo with just the aerial movement in general. Because a lot of where this breaks is the brief bits, like, once you become airborne. Like, the code behind the scenes is not very capable of being airborne when you were previously on a very slanted wall, or if you're in the middle of a loop-de-loop and then you stop. If you're upside down, like, the code will hate that. So I want to do a lot more rewriting of like what happens like when you're in the air and how we handle a lot of stuff with that. But then even falling, I want to make. Oh right, we die when we do that. If I set up a proper gameplay stuff where you go down a long fall, I might do more with that. If you're falling for a long time, having the player enter more of like a skydiving-y kind of thing would be cool. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But that's a little bit lower priority. Like, more of the ground stuff is more important. But like the small bumps like this, I become airborne for a second. There's more things that need to handle that. I think, for example, I need to do more with like the second, if I'm on a wall, the second I become ever so slightly airborne, it like does the aerial code. I need to, I think, do more with, let there be a bit of a buffer where it keeps doing the normal like code as if you're on the wall or on the ground if you slightly leave the ground, or having more gravity, having more forces, kind of cheating to like keep you sticking to the ground that you're on. I think that needs to be a thing. I did, as an obstacle in the submarine level, I wanted to have magnet walls. Like, this is just a normal wall. If you have the speed, you kind of scale until you lose all your speed, and then you're not scaling anymore. But then you'll start to fall. So there's a degree to which it's momentum, like the momentum matters. That I want to have a separate, like, here's a wall that's all magnetized. You can come to a complete stop on this wall and you will stay put. That's a whole separate thing that'll need its own separate code to get working. I imagine for the most part of that, we just like disable gravity and then like have extra force to like, so that you don't leave the wall in theory. But yeah. So anyway, so that's a lot of kind of stuff that I want to do with this actual test level. Part of what's also going to be necessary is making significantly more than this. I want to potentially, I don't know if that'll happen in this stream, or we do more of the coding now and then more of the building the test scenarios in the next stream, but I want to build a big old like skate park-esque, like having this like a whole test environment that has lots of slopes and ramps and like all these test scenarios that I've described that I want the player to be able to handle. Build just a giant arena with all of them just sprinkled around so that I can just actually test a lot of this stuff and be like, we need a player that can go through this whole course and live and not break and be terribly buggy. If we get all this working, then so if we get all this working and then the movement's all good and awesome or whatever, I then have to see how is that going to affect the submarine level, this test level here, because then there might be some degree of me having to, and then also just for the sake of the level like being more interesting, like take a lot of those movement scenarios that the players should now be capable of, and put them in this level. Have them actually be here. I think if I remember over here, yeah, this area was going to be a big old, like, cylinder that you were inside of, a giant glass pipe. So the idea, if you're going fast enough, can you, like, basically keep going in loops over and over? If that can handle that, then do more of that, and, like, they'd be cool. So we'll see. So hopefully I don't have to completely tear apart this entire level and then rebuild it from the ground up, because, I did a lot of this planning here. It'd be cool to be able to keep it. Might just be some individual things that might change or replace, or take an idea and maybe, like, execute it a bit differently than how I initially thought. Oh yeah, I wanted a dark room. I wanted an area that's like, this area is very dark and you just cannot see well. This is also it's a trial ground. Like, there's a lot of ideas being thrown at the wall with a lot of these different hazards. Some of them might work better than others. So we'll see. We will see. Because this idea of, like, here's a room that you can barely see in, is that a problem, or is that going to be, like, not a good hazard to have? Will that cause more problems? We'll see. So anyways, we're going to start, like, I'm worried, because then I say all this stuff that I want to do. It's so much easier said than done. I haven't even opened Visual Studios. So much easier said than done. I don't know conceivably if I can actually pull this off, but we'll see. Well, we're gonna find out. Maybe not all this happens today. Maybe it happens over the course of a little bit as I hit, like, walls of not being able to do stuff, and eventually have the epiphanies of, oh, that's how I can make this work. But we'll see. First thing though, my water is empty, so I'm gonna go refill my water and be right back, and then we'll start coding for realsies. Enough of the rambling. Although there'll be more rambling to figure out, like, take those general ideas, now specifically what code am I actually changing to get them to happen. So anyways, I will be right back. Wah. Alright, now the real challenge begins. Okay, so... yeah, now we gotta figure out how to actually take this and make it work. This scene isn't functional, right? It has, yeah, problems? Oh, yeah. Well, oh, yeah, a whole other thing. One last little bit of rambling, and then I'll get to actually making stuff, hopefully. I made the, like, post-processing in the scene temporarily black and white because... in terms of actually building the levels and doing the colors and all that, I wanted to try building it sort of without color, just looking at, like, the contrast and the shadows and making that all good. And I figured that if that was good, like, if it looked good in black and white, then it would look even better with colors, kind of, or something. But, yeah, we'll see when I actually go to make it properly, if I stick to that or not. Also, a whole separate thing is that the skybox, it had a different skybox, and it's kind of broken somehow, so... that's a whole separate thing will have to be addressed. Although technically this scene is going to be completely interior, like 90% interior. I want, like, because you're going to be inside a giant submarine. When you, this one shortcut that launches you outside of the submarine all the way in it over here, then you'll be outside, I guess. And there might be like glass, there's going to be some glass parts where you can see outside into just lava. So it'll be that. So it'll be like 90% interior, so the skybox won't matter too much, but I'd like to at least get it back to being like a just a solid color or something. Anything that's better than Unity's default skybox. I do not like. It's not terrible. I mainly just don't like the sky is fine. Ground is being gray is not good. I would also like if I get that the horizon is a thing, but like if you could just take that horizon and move it down as if I was really, really high up. I'd like to be able to do that, but nay. No. Anyways, that's whole things to be addressed at a later date. So, movement. I think I have to start by just making a better ramp. This is all one thing? Yeah. Okay, so now that's the question. If I'm eventually going to be making a whole big environment, do I make that... so I'm going to be blendering to some degree. And we can get rid of this. No. Yeah, I'm going to be blendering it. Do I want to make, like, the entire scene one big blender scene? Or do I have a blender... like, do I make a blender object for each ramp, each, like, bit of level, and then place each piece independently? Saying that out loud, it'd be good practice for... when I move on to making so-called real levels, I'm not going to be having, as an example, the entire submarine level will not be one gigantic blender file because I don't think it can be reasonably. One, because as I'm placing stuff, it'll be so much easier to place stuff in Unity and shuffle things around for like distances and whatnot when I can see all the Unity stuff happening with, like, the player and whatnot. If there's going to be a lot of moving things, that's probably... either it could be happening... stuff moving from animation for just background stuff, but, like, hazards that have all code and stuff on it as we moving around in Unity. Ideally, I want to see that all together on the Unity side of things to then make tweaks and whatnot. Yeah, so, okay, I'm talking myself into that the... so with this level, ideally, it's going to be made out of making a bajillion models in Blender and then putting them in Unity and positioning stuff and making things work. So then, as a good practice for that being that way, this should be the same. So building effectively a big ol' skate park-esque thing that will continue to add to, but yeah. So even like this is probably gonna go, but we'll see. I'll start by making just the ground gigantic. Part of why the ground was like thin was just to test respawning. I don't really need to test respawning right now. We're testing different things, so yeah, not important. So Blender. Okay, so the first thing, if I'm planning like, oh, here's all these different slopes and here's all these different things that the player might have to deal with, do I want to actually like mock up something in like Paint or Photoshop to just be like, here's what stuff's gonna look like, or do I just make things and then place them on the fly? Because this is like a quick little like test level, it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna place stuff and hope for the best. So first thing I want is just ramp, or like going down slope to then go off ramp and then land somewhere. The landing somewhere can just be the flat ground here. It would be good that, like, it sometimes matters for 3D platformers to be able to actually be able to measure, like, the player can jump 4 unit gaps, and the player can jump, like, 2 units high, and stuff like that. To then be able to more easily measure stuff when building levels, having these kind of, like, those measurements down. Because a lot of this is very physics-based and very momentum-based, and, like, if you're going down a hill, you're gaining lots of speed, the gaps you can cross very significantly, and trying to get it to work out to be going down an angle of 30 degrees for like 10 units will give you enough speed to cross a gap that's like 5 units or whatever. Like, I don't know if like that, like, I'm not necessarily going to be measuring things to that degree, I imagine. So I don't think it matters as much to have it be perfectly, you know, measured in that kind of way, because it's going to not be consistent and will change. Just roughly, like, eyeballing it. If you're this steep, you'll be fast, and you'll be fast to cover this. We'll probably eyeball it and, like, just get it to be, yep, good enough to do these scenarios. Yeah. Okay. So, what I need is a ramp to start. Do I care about the ramp being curved? That's a whole other thing, is, like, straight surfaces like this and harshly going between different angles versus actually dealing with bends. I do want to see, before I go any further, because when you have bends, they're not actual perfect bends. Why is this? Doesn't matter at all, but see, I have this terrain material just for funsies. Let's go. What material are you? Just this light brown. Let me just blah, and then, because it'll also be easier to test things and measure, like, distances. Just test ground. When we actually have. What's your problem? Oh, you're a terrain material. You're not. Yeah, hold on. That checkerboard I have here, which means you can be white, and then you go here, but then you're gonna have a tiling of a lot. I put the tiling part in the wrong place. That would explain. This is just, you know, easier to kind of measure distances. I'm gonna make this even more. This is already reminding me of, if any of you have seen, I've seen a little bit, but not like a whole heap, the Super Mario Sunshine test level. This is effectively, let's make sure nothing is, no doxing of, like, postal codes or whatever. Oh, the footage of this is bad. Even bad on my end. Yep, whatever, we're dealing with it. I didn't really need to bring this up, but, like, Super Mario Sunshine has this whole test level of different things. This is effectively what we're building, kind of, except basically purely for movement stuff. Not as much, and maybe eventually it'll end up having all of the mechanics. We'll see. Yeah, we're just building one of these, so grids, colors. Interesting that actually, oh yeah, this actually have measurements of 1 meter high, 2 meter high. Interesting. I've, like, known that this was a thing and have, like, briefly looked at stuff with this, like, a couple years ago, but not that much. Very cool. Very cool. Just having a bunch of mechanics of the game. I mean, we have that, we have something that's, like, resembling that, the start of that, over at our old demo, is it here? Not that one. That's like, this was stuff from back when this was like the school project that this started as. This guy? Yeah. This, and like, it was like, here's just all, yeah, these gameplay mechanics all just strung along. Yeah, this is running in the editor because it's cool. Yeah, so we have very, very bad, poor looking of this. Because even, this is all basically just building blocks. This is just grids, and it, like, well, for the most part. And it, you know, it's just a test level, but it graphically looks better. Which is funny. Anyways. Okay, back to over to player testing. Let's whip up a better thing, test level thingy, shall we? Okay, so I just need a ramp. That's all I need. Not super complicated. Be a very... No, before I even do that, the thing I wanted to check beforehand was this grid specifically. I just want to see how dense the actual curves are on... Is it this guy? No. Hazard. Where are you? Where is this metal? Half pipe test. You are here. You are level assets. Fair enough. I just missed that, I guess. I just need to see you in Blender real quickly. I could potentially just take this and then convert it to what I actually need, because it's like it's pretty close. I just want to see roughly eyeballing it. How dense are you? Do you have? Yeah. Okay. Because I need because you're not perfectly curved, but yeah, you're gonna need a lot of vertices for just the physics to be good going around and not horrendously bad. Okay. I mean, I could just take these and modify them, but I'm deciding. No, just yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Whoops, I didn't do close that, but whatever. It's fine. Okay, so just take this, measure stuff very roughly. Okay, blah, and then do I care about? Just saying if I wanted to do the same thing in that other scene where it... I'll go like there-ish. Where I delete the bottom, just have the stuff on the top that was solidified down, but if I do that, then I can't as much I want this to have... be stretched here, but not in the other area. Okay, so question. Do I care about the steepness of this? Do I want to make different ramps with different steepnesses? We'll start with this. Rather than going off an angle, I'll just say that it's however much of that ends up being. The ground is the ground, and this is going to go underground. That's fine. So this will be perfectly in line with the ground. So say, we'll call this ramp. Do I want to even put, measurements? I guess if I'm making each of these ramp pieces individually and then bringing them all into from Blender to Unity, I'm probably gonna have then 10 different ramps that I'll probably want to have be descriptive. So 1x, 6x. That's not even. Go off the actual dimensions. 20, 12, and 12. I will apply the scale now. I will, I'll apply the position, just, I don't know, have that be the pivot point. That's fine, I guess. I need to find where to actually save this. Over in this folder. Okay. And yeah, we're not overly concerned with color and stuff just yet with, yeah. Oops. Over here. And then you are this name, yeah, okay. Flip. Bring you in. If I need to modify you, then I will. Go this way, just because. I don't know, I might eventually have the character go off of this stuff. I'd rather, for this test area I'm going to be building, I'll probably be remaking this stuff, but differently. So I'll hide these for now. Oh, and there was even this thing over here. Because I will potentially want different slopes, 30, 40, blah, blah, blah. Here's the slope that we're capable of going up. Here's a super steep slope that we cannot go up unless we have a ridiculous amount of speed or whatever. Is that, this... Okay, so I'm looking at this now in practice. This is a steep slope, but I think it's actually going to be too steep. Yeah, just that. Let me just make a generic. Come on. Why are you spinning wheeling me? Access is denied. Oh, did I accidentally just go to move that? Yeah, don't Don't do that. Wait. No, you're good. Yeah, I guess I accidentally dragged a folder. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, so I do just want to, yeah, make some quick color. That doesn't even, I don't know why this is this color, but I don't even know the color I want it to be. Why are you that way? I think that I want, and just a little bit of initial setup. It's like I'm stalling to, but not on purpose, to be making the... Oh yeah, this is because then that's lighter. I have in another scene, or another whole Unity project, I had some stuff I'd previously set up for... I had some things I previously set up to like have a kind of grid texture thing, but I don't really, I'm not going to go grab that stuff right now. What I can do is cheat. I don't care about it like being emissive. I'm just cheating with like be grass-like and just have 2 colors ish. I am I don't know. I'm like, grass is generic. Go a different color. Make it blue or something. That's fine. Okay. How much of a chessboard do I want this to be? Does it matter? No. Okay, you, and then just, I guess I'll just have 2 materials, one for just the flat ground and one for all of the stuff that I'm making here. Test ramps. I just put you on here. Ooh, you're not gonna... Oh, yeah, you're not gonna love that at all. But you know what, like, I don't need these to be, like, measuring distances. I just want to... not have them be completely solid color and not be able to tell. Like, yeah. Easier to, like, tell that I'm moving when I can see details and stuff. Okay, that doesn't have a... We're also going to cheat this and have... because these are so simple anyway, we're going to do good old generate colliders. It's like, yeah, be fine for this. Okay, so simple thing. Whoa. These, oh, right. These, there's a whole thing as well. I believe I need to mark these under, yeah, as being on the environment layer, because there's just code that is dependent on it. That's a whole thing. Hoping I can better automate some of that setup of how many things I have to, every time I make one of these ramps, all the little things I gotta do, but, yeah. Okay, so to start off, there's both going uphill and there's going downhill, and those need to have different behaviors. Also, we didn't make it actual, like, this is a ramp. We need the other half of the ramp. I could just scale this down. Do I want to just go blah, flat, blah? Do I want the ramp part to actually be curved, or... Well, okay, I mean... So thinking ahead to, like, the real game, there could be different types of, like, ramp-like things. Like, it curves up, and then you go on off. It'd be cool to, as, like, an example, just fit into the environment. Have, like, you have literally a piece of, like, cardboard, like, wood that's, like, fallen over and it's being, like, propped up by something. And you can ramp off of that. That kind of a ramp specifically would be a very hard... but not super steep, like, changing of angle. I guess we, like, work off of something like that and make sure that that works. So, I mean, in practice, do I want to just cheat? Nah. I was gonna say, like, do I want to just cheat and, like, make, just take this and scale it down, but now I'll do it properly, at least for now. Because then I can more easily change this and change angles and stuff. I guess I'm gonna copy the 20 part going through the ground. Whatever, it's fine. Is this too steep of a ramp? Do I care? Actually, okay, here to just have a little bit more fun with this. To kind of do the idea that I said 2 seconds ago. You don't look flat. Okay. Say that, like, this is a ramp. Have it be... Have it be a little bit wider just so that, like, I'm less likely to... don't want to miss it. Yeah, it would be a little bit wider so it's easier to get. I just wanted to make this and then go... Like, as I said, if it's as if this is, like, just some little cardboard thing, it's, like, propped up on a crate kind of idea. Just, I don't know, have a little bit more fun with this. Let's just build that scenario. It then... So that means it's only really propped on, like, that part, but, yeah. Okay, I was gonna have the box be turned just because, but I guess not. So that does mean that it's all just resting on there, but, like, I guess that's fine. If I guess I really wanted to, I could, like, do... I want that to be at, like, the same angle. At that point, at this point, I could have just extruded down. I was gonna have it be, like, a full-on, like, crate. Like, just, you know, perfectly square, but we're just playing with random ideas and seeing what sticks. And, like, this part of it's completely unnecessary. Did I save? I may have saved over top of the other thing, and I didn't mean to. I did not. Good. Okay. Save. Ramp. Now I don't have easy dimensions. Scale. I mean, I guess technically you're... well... 4 by 6 by... The 2 is... Oh, boy. Well, I guess... Well, no, because your dimensions kind of are... Well, yeah, box-like like that, right? So maybe it isn't that bad. Why are you 2? Let's make you... Why are you... Oh, because you're the little bit that goes through the ground that I don't want to flatten because I want this to be perfectly on the ground. I mean, I guess I could... Let it be 2 by doing that, right? Yeah, just don't have to, but I can, and I guess I am. Okay. You can, yeah, go through the ground slightly just to rather it be slightly through the ground than seeing it like float slightly, I guess. Get that scale. You ramp for it. Blah, blah, blah. Did I didn't save you yet. Whoops. I'll copy it based on the name there. Yeah. All right, that was deeply unnecessary. That's okay. Okay. Sometime today we'll get to the actual coding of stuff. You. It'll default, and yeah. For now, we're gonna generate colliders. I should just make a new default that has that already being a thing. You know, I will. Can I... well, I should take this and then copy it. Where are you? Where do I have you saved? Just like, let's go default, model default, yep. Where are you? Import presets, I should have seen that a mile away. Model default, collider, or something. And you're gonna have colliders on. Anything else, these won't have animations or anything, and nothing else I can really easily, yeah, fine. Okay, so, bring in that now. We'll see, where are you? Level assets, yeah. And we'll see to some degree, to what degree I could eventually have, by making all these ramps, how many of them can I just, like, drag and drop into a real level when I want to test, stuff with gaps or whatever. Who knows? So have you be like this. And just... And you should get the same material as this guy. Oops, this guy. Oh, right. You're not gonna... As long as you're, like, close. Yeah, good enough. Yep. Okay, so hypothetically, Oh yeah, we see. So this is where the problems start. This is what needs to change. If I'm going down this and then I go off this, that is not how much air I should get. I should clear a lot more. Do I want to make a marker of some kind? I don't need to make a blender thing for that. We're just gonna make a cube that's just like they go like 0.5 to 0.5, and I'll change this from test ramps to just test blocks. It's just stuff that I want to have something on. Well, okay, I guess. Well, test blocks 2, or test blocks small or something. I just want this same thing, but just turn down the amount of tiling or something. Can I? No, you're fine. It's good. Maybe if you're a special marker, you'll get a different thing. I'll keep the small one because I might use that on other things, but I'll make test marker or something, and you'll be. I could either go like a red just to stand out. Oh, that's. Whoa. Or I could go with like a. Either red to stand out or like a magenta with stand out extra, but this is like the broken material color. How would I compromise? And purple is kind of a mix of both of those ideas, almost. Stand out, like red will probably be used with like enemies and stuff. You know what? Sure. I'm spending too much time editing things that don't matter. Okay, so hard to gauge right now, and we're not going to use this as like a guaranteed thing, but if I start at the top of this and I go down and then I launch off this, reasonably how much of a gap should I cross? I will lose some speed if the ramp is like too much, although I do want to cheat, and I think it'll be more fun for the gameplay if I were to cheat and say, normally if you're going downhill, you pick up speed, but if you go uphill, then you start to lose speed pretty fast. I want you to be able to go uphill, not losing that much speed. I want going uphill like you're still going decently fast. I mean, you're on a unicycle that you're pedaling, so you can just be like, oh, you're pedaling faster. Like, well, don't worry about the physics. If I'm going up this, I mean, right now, actually, I already have a little bit of that. I did do a bit of that already. I think basically the going forward on flat ground speed, I believe is, I mean, not exactly, but it's like similar to the speed of going uphill. But then going down is different. Okay. So let's say that marker is like a little bit of our flagpole for now. If I massively overshoot it or like slightly undershoot it, but it looks good, then like it's not going to be a be-all end-all kind of thing. I guess to just help test to be more consistent, I'm also going to take the player and I should have a block up there of some kind. Do I want to make... If I just need a blocked area, I'm like, do I make an object for that? I'm thinking like, just use a cube. What are all... I'm doing the same place. Call these markers. And you are about to be a... We're going to go with this test block, and you're about to be a big ol' thing in the sky. Not in the sky, but whatever. Yeah. Like, making this look pretty is not as important as just getting it functional, but looking at things other than just black and white the next many hours is good. Oh, this is where I can... Because I measured the thing, that is 12 across, and I thought you were 20 high, but you have that little bit that's going through the floor, so... Ideally, if these perfectly touched, that would be ideal. Did I place you exactly? I appear to have not. So let's fix that. If you are placed just better, it'd be easier to lock this on it perfectly. 33.5. Wait, is this pretty perfect? Okay, how much of a lip do we got? Wait, how is it a lip that way? It shouldn't be, in theory. Because if it's not perfect, then we might have problems with the physics. But if it's like, if it is very minor, then yeah, maybe we won't. Yeah, who knows? How are you slightly off? Did I just not? Not on you, but on the over here. On this guy. Did I just not measure stuff right? Like, I guess I don't need the part that's like going through the floor. You look pretty perfect to me. You're like 20, 10, all that. And the cube is perfectly placed, so what gives? If this is perfectly placed, and this is perfectly placed, then why are you failing me, oh Unity? I mean, maybe it is close enough that, like, I guess I just see how it reacts to the player. Get that player up there. Move these two. Oh, yeah, there's a whole thing where there's this, like, player don't destroy object, but then the player and the camera and some other things are positioned other. Even the power-ups, which is, I'm still so on the fence of. That was, like, a thing that might be a bit of a core gameplay mechanic before that I just don't know if I even want in the real game. You're not marked to being an environment thing. The stuff being on the environment layer is important because there's gonna be a lot of things that aren't, like enemies and potential like hazards or trigger stuff. Like there's some stuff that you're not, like, in theory is gonna not have, like, if you're touching, you don't want to be riding across an enemy or something. You want to just be treated like you're in the air to not cause weirdness to happen. Okay, so let me get this stuff down underneath environment. Won't delete those things just yet. What's this cube? That was the old ramp thing. Yep. Keep the kill floor for now. Blah blah blah. Okay, just go. So obviously we don't play that at the moment. Hopefully that'll change. So first thing is, so one, we didn't really, yeah, I don't, if there's a slight lip here, I'm not really experiencing it. But there is, because it's not like a smooth ramp, I do, oh, whoa. Okay, it seems like I caught it once, it's maybe not great. What was I saying though? There is, okay, there is the problem of that, like, we gain airtime. What? No, don't fall off the back. No, I gotta ride all the way around. We gain some airtime because of the sudden curve, and, like, you know, how should that happen? And making it not backfire in other scenarios. I potentially want that you kind of stick to the ground more, but if I try to make you stick to the ground too hard, then, like, I don't want you to go off this ramp and then just fall to the floor. So unless I sort of combo that with, like, there's a lot of force pulling you downwards, but then you gain a lot of speed forwards, and, like, maybe I can get that to kind of work itself out. It's still weird that I still feel like, I don't know why that ground there doesn't seem to be perfectly not aligned. So we're just gonna remedy that by just doing a real quick. If I just extrude this and be like, this is a base here. We'll make it wider just so I don't, not falling off the side. And you know what, we'll even make, do I care about being wider? No. Yeah, no, you're fine. Wait, yeah, whatever. I do this and then do a good old I'll even rename it you. You're now 40. But this is like, do I give you a different name because you're a ramp that has like a base at the top? I don't know, whatever, that's fine. Just save as. Let's go top base or something. I don't know. Just to be a little bit more descriptive. Save that as its own thing, so we'll have the before one and the this one, I suppose. Okay. Just to, as we're messing with stuff that might not work and break and whatever, just remove the variable of the lip that seems to be there for some reason. Well, don't delete whatever it is I just deleted. Okay, the you guys put same material. This one. Why? Should you not be the same? Oh, because the UVs are gonna be all kinds of funky. Yeah. Can I? There's like a, oh, how do you, oh, no, I'm so rusty with UVs, but there's like an auto UV kind of thing that can like work sometimes. Do I really want to be UV unwrapping any of this right now? Definitely not. Like, if I just smart UV project, figure yourself out, and then, yeah, be better. It's, and yeah, good enough kind of idea. Put you back here. I don't know how far back you were, but this was at 3. I guess we'll do that just so it still lines up with this. It should be, there shouldn't be a lot of, like, it should be pretty close. Like, you get to the bottom and you basically launch immediately. Yeah. And yeah, very little launching. Okay, so we have a good setup for our first initial thing. Okay, so now we get to actual player stuff. So this is all the code that affects many different things with the player, and like the camera, falling and responding. The this balloon cart was a whole another thing that might not stick around. It has to do with the power-ups. There's like code that, let me start opening up all these. Code that checks stuff with the ground. A backup, like, just in case some weird glitchy physics thing happens and you get past the, oh, hold on, button my shirt came undone. Just in case some weird physics thing happens and you get past the, the kill plane or whatever, just a extra measure so that you don't fall infinitely. It's just like, if you've reached negative, like negative 100 in the Y, like, we've probably fallen too far. And if I ever have a level that actually just go that low, then I'll probably just move everything up. But, or I can then just change that number. Not a big deal. Okay, where was? Yeah, that was this. That's just like a fail safe, so we can never fall forever. There's this is how we interact with rides to then fix them. And the balloon cart is like a thing. Yeah, basically this is the repair stuff code. This is the main thing we'll be messing around with, all the actual moving. The stuff with how we spawn, and the stuff with when we touch hazards and we get stunned. Oh, and there's a whole separate thing to then address at some point is tight ropes. Tight ropes are a mechanic that we did stuff with that we're going to be doing more with at some point. Like to then also be revamping and make work better. Wait, also these are not lined up, are they? Oh, you're like 3 point blah. Fine, we'll make stuff consistent, I guess. One second. Okay. Okay. So I actually, okay, also one other little change. Let me just, the materials for the ground. Maybe I make it just a little bit less. Yeah. And even you, like 25 and 25. Not that that matters that much at all. Okay. And then the player. I'm just gonna flatten them out. I don't know why these are like 3 over and not... I guess we'll go to 30. Don't know why these are, what am I trying to say? 3 over, not on 0, but whatever, it's as it is now, and that I'll leave as is. I was saying something, and I forgot what... No! I was going through the code. There was the lean code, there was the repairing code. Scripts. Blah, blah. Over here. What else? The tie ropes. Yeah, tie ropes are going to be a thing that we're going to bring back, whether in the other scene, but is a whole other thing that we have to improve how it works, and just different stuff about it. And one part of improving it, with the actual leaning, I wanted to have like UI, just like in a skateboarding game when you're grinding, the same kind of like little arrow on like a thing that moves left and right to show your overall balance and how close you are to being overbalanced on like a side, then you'll fall off the tightrope. Yeah, so that's gonna be a thing. Okay, I'm considering, because like if you have like ground and then tightrope, tightropes are to like, you know, get across. Just here's a tightrope in the way of where you need to go. Just have fun with that. I'm considering having like doing a thing where maybe you move slightly faster on a tightrope than you do if you just walk, to give more incentive to like take the tightrope. You have to deal with the balancing, but tightrope. Like where you'll go faster or some kind of benefit. If I had a tightrope going down, would it have the same you gain speed going down? That would also be kind of cool. I didn't consider that. See, there's all these like, we have all these mechanics, just interesting ways that they'll potentially work together. Yeah, there's steps to figure out with that. Okay, so the main place we'll be spending our time is the player lean move. Now, before I go any further, I have this project backed up on GitHub, so I do have, like, I can roll back if I disastrously destroy the player beyond belief and I need to... What the heck? How did I... At some point, I accidentally duplicated the player in the camera pivot. It probably would be in my best interest to some degree, for now, keep around some, like... we go player old. Back up some of the player code here just so I can at least reference it, as we're now about to destroy a lot of it. Only stuff that's affecting the moving. The stuff that affects the moving is the lean move, the ground check, which I don't even know if we'll change that. And we're not touching the tightrope stuff yet, but some things might change with that, but we'll address that a lot later. Yeah, so we're gonna copy these and then move them over. The player lean move, old, and then player ground check, old. And then I want to take the player, I don't need to copy the camera, but I just want to take the player and have a duplicated player in the scene. Actually, I just want to double check. This does not, oh, right, of course you're not going to, yep. I have to then change on the, let's bring this over here. Yeah. Change these guys. You're not happy with... What's your problem? You should... Oh, ground check was the other thing that I copied. Yep. Oh yeah, I did set up some static instances of stuff to be more easily accessed. Oh, I changed the wrong one. This is the normal player ground check, not the old version. Okay. I'm gonna close this. I don't need this open right now. Not important. I also have a bunch of, yeah, Windows Explorers that also don't need to be open. Ground check. You're the old one. Yep. That. So the only part that grabs that? Okay. Maybe throw a truck. Ah, no, you don't. Never mind. just to keep these around and functional. Yeah, okay. I just want to have, because I can roll back if I disastrously destroy stuff. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to, like, if I could have... It's funny that I can have both these working at once. I assumed that things would, like, error horrifically, but on first glance they don't. When other stuff is involved with the rides and the different managers, then stuff might break, but for now it seems to be good. This does give me the idea of a potential obstacle hazardy thing that we do for a level or whatever is you have, like, you and then some kind of robot you that moves with you, and you gotta, like, keep both alive or something as you traverse an area. Like, that can just be a fun little mechanic. Could you, like... Oh, gosh. Actually be like, oh, you have to... Like, this would not be a whole game thing. Maybe it's like, we do this thing just for one level, and maybe the camera would have to, like, go between both of them and be extra zoomed out rather than just following one. Be like... To fix this thing, get you, one player, like, up against the wall here, and navigate, get the other player over there, and then you're both repairing, you repair, like, two sides of a switch kind of idea, and then, you know, it opens a door, and you can go through kind of a thing. That's an idea. That is interesting. Extra, it's like, going both ways, there's, like, oh, you gotta keep both of you from being hurt by hazards, and, like, move stuff around, purposely get caught on walls to get you, like, both separated in the ways that you want to get to. There's that, but then there's also, like, as some kind of a hazard thing, be like, as an obstacle, here, we spawned this thing. You have to walk this guy into a hazard, and it's a robot, and it'll fizz and blow up without you going into a hazard. So, lead this guy into some kind of, it touches this, it dies, and then that opens a door, and you can go on. Random idea. I don't know. Just throwing stuff out there. We'll see. But not important right now. But so the main thing is just that we have that. We have two players. This one, I want to actually, I guess, I gotta swap up the code. Player, lean, move, old. Put you here. You then need to have, oh, there's all these variables. Yep. You got to have all the same ones, otherwise you're not going to work. Okay. Real quick, yeah, I expected there to be some tedious stuff. It is, we haven't got to, like, the meat of what I really wanted to be doing with actually changing stuff, but this is necessary. Must be done. We're, like, making progress towards, like, even just, you know, the making of this environment. Some of these ramps we might be able to reuse in different situations. Me just figuring out conceptually how I'm going to do certain things. Okay. So now one by one, I just need to... Oh boy. 3, 2.2, 40. As by going this, I'm now also reminding myself of what variables exist and what they're set to and what they did and the whole thing that I'll have lots of fun messing around with to come. 10, 1, 4, 20, 10.2, 10.01, 15.05. Okay, another whole thing with this is that, where's the ground move? Hold on. Down here somewhere. Or the ground check thingy. Ground detection here. At least you're easy. Another whole thing. Oh, the tightrope is on here? I think I had reasons for doing that because it affects, like, with the ground check that touches the tightrope and stuff. All the movement code is kind of split in two. Where we have the code that... Let me now double check that that guy still actually moves. The code that's physically moving us around, and then what's basically the purely visual code that spins the unicycle, spins the pedals, and spins the wheel. There's a slight bit of bobbing that happens as we move around. Yeah, all that visual stuff. That, while is important, the main thing that, with we're going to be doing with all the movement stuff, making it better with the momentum and all that. All that just affects... Oh, wait, right. Oh, interesting that we collide with each other. That makes sense, but yeah. I can still separate them. So we will probably start on this duplicate player. I need to make sure not to accidentally override you. I should probably, just to be on the safe side, go unpack. Yeah. Ooh, that doesn't like that. Hold on. It doesn't like you being... If I take you out and then go unpack. Just having this old copy of the player not be part of the prefab, so it just is less likely to, like, I accidentally commit it and then, like, we have problems. But I can still have it be under this stuff. Not that that matters too much. Just, yeah, you're not part of the prefab. Okay. And launch. Okay, cool. Now, okay, now we can start messing with this for real. I've copied that code away. I'll close these. I can close some of this other stuff. It's effectively just the lean move and the ground check that's the bulk of the meta. So if what's gonna really help, like, if what's important here is for the physics to do all the physicsy stuff we want to do, as I said, a lot of the code here is sort of split into the visual stuff and the physics actually moving things. I might strip away some of that visual stuff and just look at the physicsy part of it, get all that working and bug free or whatever. And once that's pretty good, then the visual stuff will follow. And it might not need that much changes just to get up and running for, like, just the turning and whatnot. When we start getting the player to actually be moving, or like the actual human character to not be a placeholder, then there'll be a whole lot more that will be involved with that. That's the potential to be cool. You know, we'll see how that goes. That's a whole other bridge that, like, we'll cross when we get there. Okay. So, okay, so where we're gonna start, I'm just gonna, yeah, fix canvas, that's the fixed text. Don't want to destroy that. We have the unicycle pivot. I just want to find, so the colliders that matter, we have a sphere collider on the wheels, because the wheel isn't, like, doesn't have a collider that's just matching the wheel. We cheat significantly and just have a big old sphere. So let me go back to kind of recreating some of that. Let's go, mesh render, mesh filter. Whoa. No. If I go sphere, just a good old basic classic sphere, you're not gonna match. Just cheat for a minute. We'll go open in this just so it's less. Create empty, not empty. Create 3D object sphere. This is effectively wheels collider, almost, in a way. You're about there, but then moved up. I need this to be perfectly, and you're gonna be without the collider because I want to keep the one that was on the parent, like, as it was, untouched. You should be matching perfectly. You are. And then the basically just body collider, even though it's, like, also the unicycle itself. I guess I should have capsule. Bleh. Up. And then the dimensions of this are the 0.15 and 1.8. I don't think are gonna match fully, but yeah. It'd basically be that, but, like, divided by 2 for some reason. I already forget what the other number was. 0.15. That's about right. No, that maybe double for some reason? I don't know. Does that... Oh, you're stretching... Oh, I was hoping you'd, like, not do that. I wanted to get I think that actually, like, yeah. Have what the collider looks like. Actually line up perfectly. Right, but you're just gonna flatten weirdly like that. I guess I could build this the weird old-fashioned way if I just do it out of a cylinder and then 2 spheres. It's like a weird way to have to do it, but if it works, it works. This is just temporary kind of visual stuff. I could build something in Blender, but I don't want to do that. Oh, you're gonna be able to see that, aren't you? Perfect. I wanted to do that. No. Okay, fine. You've forced my hand into Blender it. Should be really easy to do anyway. Okay. So I just need a quick old capsule, not a cylinder. I know that. Well, you have a capsule, and then I can do stuff with spheres. Fine. Those dimensions, fine, probably. I'm gonna put this on this screen. You can't see it for a second, just so I can just be eyeballing the numbers that I need. If supposedly, well, the height doesn't. I'll just try going 0.15 times 1.8 times 0.15. I'm assuming you're on the wrong axes. Yeah. That just... Oh, wait, radius, right? I forgot that. Yep, it's a radius. This is be more like a diameter. Yeah, that's how math works. Take you... And then have a... Here on top. 0.3. Well... Yes, now it would be a 0.15 because the whole thing of Blender stuff being 2 times the size. So I'll probably cut off the bottom of this and then like merge it and stuff. But first I just need to see if this is roughly the size that I want. Okay. We'll keep this in level assets. I might reuse it for something. Or... yeah, no, it's a player thing. Player... Body... Placeholder... And I guess this, I'll rename this player body placeholder. And I'll probably rename the spheres in a second. Like those spheres will probably be gone in a moment. Back over here. And then... Oh, I deleted the other thing. Darn. Well, okay. Bring in the model for it, which is over here. This guy. You'll be either this one. Oh no, not the collider version. Not that it matters that much, but I'll keep in the proper. Well, I mean, you won't even have collider in the first place. So, yep. You're here. Move you up, which is fine, I guess. So you are too tall. That's a little bit expected, I guess. Weird how... So, okay, your center is 0.9 up, which means that this technically should be 0.9. But, oh, no, that is pretty perfect. Okay. So it's because I guess the height was, like, before the sphere, right? Is that roughly how it was? Yeah, at the height there and the height there. I guess even the bottom here doesn't matter that. Like, it doesn't need the sphere part on the bottom, but I'm going to put it anyway just because... It has to be consistent. Okay, so this just needs to be... Is that 0.75? Looks like it. And then negative 0.75. Let me save this and bring it over, and then I should see that, like, the flat bit is... Yep. Okay. Cool. So now then this just needs... What should I do more? Exactly. Whoa. Well, actually, I guess I could just take this and it's just a scale thing. 0.75 there. Yeah. Let me just see. Do I see clipping immediately, or can I get away with just leaving it exactly like that? Do I need to trim off the bottom of the sphere? Looks good to me, so, you know, it's a placeholder. We'll just go with it. Okay, so this represents... Do I want to give it just some quick colors? Fine. Give me this. I don't think this needs a whole grid, like, line thing. It can just be a solid color, and I'll live with it. And the player is kind of basically a white right now. If I do this, am I going to see that? It's, like, good enough. And then the wheel... Whoops. The wheel just is a sphere. Okay, so I guess I will need my basic colors thing. Not you. Taken... I think I just have a black... that'll be the wheels... Or, I don't know if it being black will be a problem, but whatever. Okay. So now we have this. This is the guy. I'll turn off his mesh renderer. And the unicycle itself. Technically, I should be able to turn off all of this. Why did you import a camera? Whatever. And a light. That's just stuff that came over for Blender that... shouldn't have. I'm deciding, like, whether what I want to do is just turn off the like, if turning off just the mesh renderers and all that is enough, or if I can deal with turning off the whole game object. I will turn off the game object, but I can't turn off the parent because I want this ground detection and like this helium tank and some stuff like that to still be there and present. So we'll turn off the things that aren't these like pivots. Basically just trying to turn off the visual stuff for now. Ideally it'd be an easy, I just turn on and off one thing, but oh well, for now it's not like that. Okay, so now we're back to this. So this obviously looks like a significant downgrade. Ideally I'll switch back and forth, but like this will in theory just make it maybe easier to just test the like physics without being bogged down by the visuals of stuff. Oh, that's interesting that see, like, other examples of things that we don't want to happen. Oh boy. Okay, so now that we have that going on, I'm also going to... I have the copies of these variables in the other scene. I'm just going to turn a lot... Well, it's turn speed down and this... bobble speed down, that is going to just turn off the turning and the bobbling entirely, because I said it before, I'll say it again, the turning that the player does, because we can still compare the visuals kind of to the real one. Do I want 3? I've just realized that if I to some degree want to be like, here's the what it looks like without the visuals, and then here's the like what it looks like with the visuals. I could take this and then just turn these guys back on, and on this one turn off these guys. So it's the old player before I changed any code. The current player, like these two share the same code, but this is the colliders just to visualize them. And this is the it with more of the visuals, so that I can compare both, I guess. And you see what it will eventually become again at some point. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So oh, right. I turned off the visuals. Yes. So well, now's a good. I can demonstrate this. The person on the left and the person on the right are, you know, the same. The turning is entirely visual stuff of turning child game objects. The one on the left that is like, yeah, it doesn't actually turn because it's just a sphere that I'm pushing in different directions, because it's just a ball. Like, it's not an actual wheel that's spinning or anything. It doesn't matter. And that was not on purpose. So that, yeah, he can turn, like, the turning can be visual so that it can be more for the spectacle, and then make it easier to, like, that he can go backwards and all just visual calculations. Yeah, so potentially easier to work with. What isn't visual is the leaning. The leaning is a thing. You can see we have this whole, like, shake. So to recap, the moving is kind of currently being done by, when you press a button, you lean in that direction, and then there's code that's like, oh gosh, we're falling over. Apply force in that direction to stop us from falling over. And then as we're when we stop moving, then like, yeah, it does that little shake as we stop, which looks cool and good and whatnot. There are problems if we potentially lean too far, and that's a whole thing. Translating that leading code to the idea that we want to be able to be on slopes and we want to be able to go fully upside down, like it's a whole thing. And applying like this whole leaning code idea to right now, this change we want to make, that is, we want to go downhill and gain a lot of speed and then get in midair and then have stuff happen. Yeah, it's a whole thing. That has problems, yeah. So, problems that we're going to hopefully fix now. So I am going to start by even just, I turned off some of the variables that make it so we don't like have a lot of that visual stuff going. I'm going to also turn off some of that code in the actual code for now, just to keep things simpler. So I do know that the turning, the spinning of the wheels, the counter spinning, like the little pedals and the bobble, all of these functions are all pure visual stuff. This is just falling under gravity. Technically, we're not doing stuff with moving platforms right now, so I really wanted to. I could turn that off. That, like, eventually will bring back moving platforms, and we'll worry about that more then. But just to kind of reel back, like, we're basically sort of starting kind of from the ground up and saying, here's a scenario where we want a certain behavior to happen. We get that behavior to happen, ideally without horrendously breaking other things. But then we're going to start to, in this environment, introduce more movement scenarios that we want to happen and make sure that the player is capable of doing all of them without then breaking previous ones. Yeah. Well, even though I haven't built all these movement scenarios yet, I kind of mentally know some things that I want, so I know some things to avoid. Such as, I eventually want the player to be able to go up walls and do loop-de-loops, so keeping in mind that is a whole thing. Okay, so now the moment I've been dreading is actually now attempting to code stuff. Now, I don't know how much I want to just like delete code and start over versus attempting to mess with a lot of the code that, even though there's a lot of long variable names and a lot of math, I see pi over in here. We'll see how much Googling we end up needing to do. Yeah, I don't know how tricky this might be. Now, the first thing that I think I'll do before I do anything else, just so that to make it easier for me to sort through a lot of this code, I did just say that, like, so I've, like, disabled some of this code that's kind of visual only, and the moving platform code. I'm just going to reorder some functions and just have this code be like, here's all the physics stuff, followed by all the visual stuff. I might, like, I don't know, I might be able to reassess and actually move, like, this visual stuff to being in a whole other script. But some of it, like, is, like, referencing each other a lot, and then, yeah, I could make these variables all, yeah, hidden in Inspector like this, maybe, but I don't know how much more ugly that will get to do that way. But we'll see, That's, yeah, not super important at the moment. Spin wheel, is your function still being called? No? From where? You're a public function. What calls you? The ground check? I just want to double check. If I made it public, the tightrope. Okay, fair enough. Well played. Yeah, that's a whole thing. A lot of that tightrope code will eventually probably be rewritten because it, well, yeah, it's doing a lot of stuff with this code. Okay, so turn, spin wheel, counter spin pedals, bobble. Take you guys out. Move you, just dump it at the bottom for now. And temporarily, I'll even just, to simplify some stuff, the move with platforms code will also just get dumped down here. It'll be slightly higher priority because you are still a physics thing. So yeah, you have slightly more priority than that turn stuff. Okay. And yeah, I'll keep some of just these spaces just to more separate it for now. Oh, this is, I see, moving platform code. You're also just gonna put down here. Yeah. Some of this moving platform code that's like, you know, inside some of these other functions, I'm not gonna move everything, but this is stuff with the power-ups. So there's a speed up power-up that we can touch that increases our speed. I don't even know if I'm gonna be potentially removing it or not. It's still, like, I don't know, so we're gonna move it down here as well. Just cutting down on the amount of code I now have to sift through to see what's what. I'm not going to delete this stuff, but the order had some of these run matter. I believe the move platforms needs to happen at the end. Oh boy. So there's not a lot of comments in here, but there's some descriptive variable names, and there's some comments. There's the actual turn stuff. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. So now how do I do anything? So one, I guess, thing that I want to do to start this is that I know that I'm going to want to change some of the aerial related code. I'm also going to close you and close you. I think a lot of the code that deals with us being in midair is going to need a lot of rewriting and behaving differently than ground. So I almost want to just temporarily disable it, or more so, temporarily have the code pretend that we are always on the ground, as a temporary measure. I just want to first just see what that's going to do, just like this. I thought we'd be falling harder. We are... Okay, we're extra floaty. That's different than what I thought would initially happen. I partially get why when you're in the middle of touching the ground, you don't need to be applying as much force downwards. But that being said, I want more to... It's a tricky thing that I guess figure out exactly with words what I want to happen. I want a little bit more that if you like leave the ground, a little bit more sticking to the ground. Well, I guess maybe it doesn't need as much as I think there needs to be. Like that little hops of airtime maybe aren't the worst thing. Where it's bad is when you are going up a wall with a lot of speed and should be then traversing along the wall. I want that to cheat a little bit and kind of stay on the wall. Be more likely to stay on the wall if you're basically running along a wall rather than, a little bit of uneven like wall and then you pop off and fall. I want it to be more consistent. That's why I wanted just a little bit more stuff that just to stick to the wall better. When I was thinking I'd do that by just applying more force downwards. I could cheat and actually like, position the player. But the problem with that, if I do too much to stick to the ground, that becomes a problem if you actually want to leave the ground, say, from a ramp. Like if I go off of this, with a lot of speed, I should, get height and not like snap to the floor or something like that. And right now, these are a lot of hard angles. When we have more like curved stuff, like if instead of this being a hard cutoff, if it was just a hill that like sloped, like let's say we had a lot of speed and we went up this. Let's say we had a lot of speed and I want to gain airtime from that. I shouldn't necessarily just stick to the ground and, stay there. So those two ideas seem like they're at odds with each other. The idea of sticking to the ground, but also if you have a lot of speed, leaving the ground. Unless as I was about to kind of word myself into, if I did it based on speed, the slower you are, having more to stick. But if you're slow, you're going to stick to the ground anyway. So that's not, that's already pretty well taken care of. I mean, well, there I gain a little bit of speed and get a little bit of a lip, but yeah. Before I'm trying to, I guess, jump ahead, and I'm jumping immediately to the idea of sticking to walls, when that's not what this test is. I should maybe start with just this first challenge I'm presenting myself, which has nothing to do with, the sticking to the ground isn't the problem here. Solve this, I guess, one problem at a time. I should just be gaining a lot more speed when I go down that ramp. Plain and simple. Gain more speed and then fly. But also... right here, I gain height and then... But, should I? I'm thinking that, the ground move speed might increase. I kind of wanted that, as a whole separate thing of... So, when we get to actually, you're dodging hazards and stuff, a whole other thing is Yeah, I want the controls to be tight and like, oh, I'm weaving in between a bunch of stuff and like, oh, it's, yeah, I can be dodging all these hazards and da-da-da-da-da. So normally having like snappy controls, like you press a button, you are going in that direction, is good. But also I want momentum of like, and usually momentum leads to like slipperiness of, you know, I'm getting a lot of speed and I'm going this way. I have momentum going this way, but if I want to turn around, then that's hard to do. So, making sure those ideas play nice with each other would be good. So, saying that out loud, what I could try to do, I think when you want to be snapping going in another direction is mainly when you're wanting to change directions. Not so much if you're like slightly turning. Like, it's fine if this is maybe a little bit more. It's still responsive, but like a little bit more like, yeah, you're taking that momentum into account. It's more when you're changing directions that, like, it might not look physically accurate to suddenly I'm going this way, but it might be better for the gameplay, for dodging stuff. Maybe there's like a little bit of hang back or whatever, like a little bit of, you know, take a second to switch directions, but it would be cool, like, to have that combo of, basically, if I'm moving in a direction, so I think there's ways I can make this work. Like, if I'm moving in a direction, there's the other two guys way over there. If I'm moving in a direction, I gain a lot of speed as I'm going in that direction. If I let go of the buttons, I guess if I let go of the buttons, I don't stop. If I let go of the buttons, momentum carries me. Momentum makes me continue to go in that direction at my super high speed that I was going at. And I guess if I'm slightly changing directions, then like, I don't know. But it's more, it should be more, if I'm changing directions, it doesn't have to be a perfect 90 degrees. If I'm like swirling in a circle, as I'm changing directions, that should be more instant. This should basically, I can try the idea of, if I'm moving a direction, I have that momentum. If I like let go, I have a lot of the momentum carrying me forward. Going downhill makes me get more speed than if I was just going flat or going uphill. And but if I change directions, so basically input causing instantaneous velocity changing, or near instant velocity changing. But then when we're not really changing directions, then we're, yeah, going. A whole other thing, if I'm on a slope and I let go of the buttons, yeah, the momentum should be carrying me down a lot further than this. I was worried if that caused problems, if that would cause problems if I let go, like, oh, am I going to fall into a hazard? And do I care about that? But I think that's okay. Like that, yeah, let the momentum, use the unicycle. Let the momentum do momentum things as much as we can. Yeah, a whole other thing is controller support. Right now, when I, you know, press in this direction, I flick that way very fast because, yeah, it's like a controller going like all the way in such a direction. On a controller, at some point, yeah, we'll get in controller support, be able to just like move a little bit, and not move as fast if you really wanted that, I guess. Although you should be able to decently navigate around hazards on keyboard and mouse. Okay. So with that being said, what do we do? Oh, these turn angles, yeah, that's... I'm not gonna comment out these private variables yet. Okay, so some of the code that we have here already. We have calculate flattened. I believe flattened velocity. Yeah, this is calculating slope stuff by doing, yeah, cross product and projecting on plane things. This is basically looking at how fast we're going and what's our forward direction, but relative to, yeah, the ground that we're on. And this is to help if we're going on a slope or like up a wall and eventually upside down, what's forward relative to, you know, what way we're on. That's, yeah, these calculations, which in theory, if these were good before, they should be good now. The problem is, you know, how these get handled when you're in midair. But I'm thinking it's just kind of should take what it was. If you're upside down and you start to fall, take what it was and keep moving in that direction for now. Like, I think rather than immediately flipping upright, there should be some kind of grace period where you don't flip upright immediately or something like that. Or maybe, like, that's a whole other thing, is that if you're in mid, if I'm going upside down, like I'm upside down mid loop-to-loop kind of thing, and I fall off, not from just stopping, I'm still going at a lot of speed, but I go shooting off, would it look better, look cooler to like stay kind of upside down whatever way I was moving, going through the air the direction that I was going, all the way until I hit any kind of surface, and then I quickly whip around to be on that surface? But like, one problem here that I have to face is like, so if it's like Sonic or whatever, he's a ball, it's easier to be like, oh, you're in this sphere, just like whip around the sphere effectively, or at least not that tall, like, easier to whip this around to fake, like, oh, I'm turning to touch whatever ground that I'm touching. Whereas this player is tall, and the main part that, like, basically this should be all that's really touching the ground is this sphere here. And then this is just for, like, the rest of the player, that, like, if there's a wall, like, I can't just have the sphere be the only part of the collider, because if there's, like, a low-hanging wall and there's a little, like, gap, you shouldn't be able to, like, go in there, right? So I need all this upper bit, but, like, this should really be just touching walls when you're, like, leaning into them and whatnot. When you're actually going, like, up and around and all that, mainly this should be touching stuff. So if we're, you know, flying at a thing, like, from being in midair, and then we whip around, as long as we do it soon enough, I guess, like, we could look at the direction that we're moving, raycast in that direction, and not turn right as we hit it, but turn, like, when we know we're about to hit it. Actually looking at, the way we're moving in midair. But I'm getting massively ahead of myself with all of that, because that's, that redoing movement stuff, redoing movement, like, in midair, further down the line. It's important to keep some of this stuff in mind, so I don't code myself into a hole of, that I'll eventually need to rewrite later to meet those scenarios. But yeah, okay. So this is the leaning code. This is just, oh yeah, I forgot that we do it by applying force of position. Right, yeah. This is the stuff that gets the input. We have stuff that can override input. What overrides input again? Oh, right, when we beat a level and then we move on the little, like, end-of-level victory platform that's actually a giant spring that launches us back to the hub world, that we override input and, like, move us to the center of that. And then there might be other times where, for the sake of a cutscene or something, we override input and basically, like, move towards, like, whatever. Yeah, so that's, we shouldn't have to touch that right now. Okay. We gotta make sure that that stuff still works afterwards, but hopefully it will. So input, just WS. In theory, eventually we rewrite this for, like, controller stuff, and just, gets a number between 0 and 1, as you do with controller stuff. This getting the input. Then we, oh, right, this is just converting it to be relative to the camera. The camera is a whole other thing that I haven't, considered a whole lot with this, is that if we, for example, do a loop-to-loop thing, should the camera stay upright as it is? Should the camera bend with the player, and, like, would that be cool? Should it not do that, because that, like, you need to be able to tell where you are? I think for now we're gonna kind of not touch the camera code just yet, leave it as it is, because the player is manually turning the camera, so if you go up a loop-to-loop in theory, you turn it to the side so you can see. I can, to some degree, hijack the camera and turn it to a more optimal angle, but that's additional coding that, to do all that. And that doesn't at all affect how the player physically moves, so, yeah, I think that's something we're not going to worry about just yet. But, yeah, we take the camera, we turn it relative to, we take the direction we're moving, turn it relative to the camera, basic stuff. Then we take that input and convert it relative to the plane that we're on. So we're going downwards or upwards and all that. Then what do we do? So floor contact normal. This is based on, I believe that, this gets, where does this actually get calculated? Just want to see. Oh, that's... This uses that stuff. I think, is that an on-trigger stay? I'm just, yeah, want to see. How was your... Oh, you have... Oops. Oh, no, oh, okay. No, I thought you were having a problem with missing bracket or something. So I'll double check. You're good? You're good. Okay. Where are you calculated? Here. You are on collision stay, on collision exit stuff. Which then means if we're in midair... Oh, right. Okay, so I do have... Well, this. Like, I'm thinking that basically this shouldn't happen right away. There's to some degree where if we slightly leave the ground, it should be more delayed, that we still kind of are moving based on the surface we were recently touching, and then slowly kind of turn back around to being global up. But again, not super important right now. Yeah, but yeah, just kind of going line by line in the code to remember how things were. Angle, so, okay, so this is taking the lean direction, that is basically just the input, converting that based on the floor that we're in contact with. Angle slope to lean direction. This is the direction of the slope. Oh, right, sorry, this is just, okay, yeah, okay. Why do I care about this? So I'm taking the angle between, like, this is the angle of just the Y part of the slope. I believe this is basically to be like, are we attempting to go up a wall with super low speed or something? And it's like, don't. You know, this, you know, a lot with long variable names that I would have understood this, but yeah, this is potentially something that should be commented. But if I comment it now, I might comment it wrong and be misunderstanding past me who wrote this. If I really wanted to, I could watch my old streams where I was typing this and hear my own rambly explanations of how I did this stuff. But I'm seeing here I'm dividing, or I'm, depending on the angle, I'm either multiplying some amount and I'm dividing by some amount. Oh, this is the lean extra and lean less. This was that this was like the amount that we lean. If we're going downhill, we lean extra to then move extra. And if we're going uphill, we lean less, but only slightly less. So we go uphill slightly slower, but not that much slower. Okay, that's what, so this is just to calculate, whether we're going downhill or uphill. That's all that is, okay. And then, to then just basically have a bit of a multiplier or less of a multiplier. But this is, going relative to the the ground that we're on. And then apply force at, our speed, and then that up. Yep. Otherwise, the override input. Otherwise, we are not attempting to lean. But leaning does not equal completely our moving. You add force at position by basically the top of our player. That's the lean height offset to then make us fall over. As an example, this player, if I temporarily make I'll go into play mode so it'll undo. Lean height offset, lean speed. Where's all that correctional speed stuff? Well, first of all, I just want to see if these are both 0. I'm just curious to see kind of what that does. That should, it'll ignore that. Right, so so ideally in a perfect world, this should be impossible. There is a bit of a problem with the fact that how code-based this is. Yeah, this is we're going uphill, so don't lean as much. I have some backup code that's effectively, if we lean too far, it snaps us upright. That's what's happening there. But in a perfect world, that should never need to happen. That's just that the player doesn't completely break. And in theory, it doesn't have to go off of this whole leaning system, but I'd like to because it feels somewhat unique and it has some uniqueness to it with the physics, and it uses the whole unicycle thing of you're leaning and then moving in that direction because of that. And when you pedal, but then I'm trying to take that to a more cartoony degree of going really, really fast. But yeah. Well, okay, I guess so. Like the problem here, is the leaning too far. So in theory, like the solution here is just don't lean too far. If I'm leaning too far, it should be moving faster. But it just happens so fast. Let me undo that because the problem was just that variable that I set, like which. Oh. Yeah, there's a whole separate thing to like. Yeah, look at. Yeah, but not as important. Okay, so. Anyways, continuing. That's the leaning part, and the don't fall over part, which is move in those directions. We look at the head, where the head is relative to the ground we're on. We look at where the wheels are relative to the ground that we're on, and that's how we see how much that we're leaning. Yep, and then. Right. Yeah. Okay. So then we see. So just hold on here. Just subtracting positions just to see. Yeah, I'm not measuring angles here either. I'm just measuring positions. Maybe that's a whole separate thing that should be more done. But we then. Oh, this is to do it like right. This is rather than applying the force immediately to kind of ease into it. That's part of what this does. Yeah. Lerp this to this based on amounts and this minimum velocity that we can have and this upright maximum velocity that maybe there should be no maximum velocity. Maybe that's part of the problem. Yep, and then apply said force, and then and then why do we do a ground check here? This is part of rotating. Right. No. This is the lean correction code. This is the code that in a perfect world would never run, but does if stuff goes wrong. You know, we'll actually comment some of this for now. If we've leaned too far, instantly correct our rotation. Should never run. In theory. Although, this part of it is tricky because this is for when we're in midair, and this is this will need to be kind of rewritten for when we're like, oh, go upside down, and then we're upside down in midair. That shouldn't be an instant snap around. There should be, but if we're upside down, I'm not going to be able to rotate around the player with the whole lean thing. I'll need more to do that. So that's why I think that a lot of the in midair stuff will need to be rewritten. Like, you'll need a lot of extra custom logic to just spin around. Because, yeah, the whole leaning thing doesn't... I mean, realistically, you don't move in midair. That's not how real life works, but it's a video game, and we do video game rules. Okay, so that's all there was to that. The falling is then just... we're on the ground, apply some force. If we're not on the ground, apply other force. We have different drag values because reasons. Okay. So, okay, so that's just my refresher of going through the code. I don't immediately see, like, how I want to change things to get more of the results that I want. Do I start with just messing with more of the stuff on the rigid body? Because if I want to basically... what happens if I have a drag of literally 0? If I'm here, I want to just be... because in here, when I'm not pressing anything, I should be, like... before I even look at input and the leaning, like, I should be falling and gaining a lot, a decent bit more speed. And I hit, like, a terminal velocity in regards to the friction, like, very fast. But I don't want to do that. I do believe I have, I'll have to double check, a physics material on everything. like a default physics material that is frictionless. I call it frictionless. Is it true? It is true, complete frictionless. Minimum, just to be extra sure. Whatever. Yeah, so, okay, so that's a question. If there's no friction underneath everything, and drag is currently 0, wait, why are these moving? If drag is 0 on this, but not on this, they shouldn't be moving together that much. Unless I changed the wrong one. I did, or maybe I changed stuff in... Oh, it's getting immediately unset. Haha. That'll do it. Okay, that's speed. Right. Yep. That happens. Oh, the camera. Yep. That's speed. All right. That's how that works. I guess that's what I asked for, but not, you know, that much. The leaning is, yeah. Okay. So there's the question. The question is, how much should that happen? I'm just curious to see if I can come to somewhat of a stop. Oh yeah, see, I mean, okay, that's a part of the problem. On flat ground, I do not go to a stop, but I'm not leaning over either, because the lean code is figuring itself out. If I'm, yeah. Okay, it's funny there that if I don't move, I basically do just yeah. I make the target markers, which is okay. Now that's almost good. Well, if I'm moving, okay, yeah. I need a better. So I want to stick to the top of the slope here. Yeah. If I'm okay, so obviously that's too much. Obviously. That is now extremely too far. Like, as you're moving, if you're moving in one direction for a long time, you gain a lot of speed in that direction. I like that idea, but... So I guess before we go any further, I just... the physics was, I think, 2.1. I guess I just start with... upping the drag in little amounts and... starting with just this... Is even 1 too much? I mean, some combination of even just like changing the move speed and all that. No. I want to stick to the ground. But then I'm so unsure. And I'm still having some of those examples of the faster I move, the more unreliable the lean code is, and like the over leaning and all that. I don't remember exactly why I have the there's like I don't apply the like well, I guess I think there was some stuff to prevent like if I'm upright like this to being this like jittering for like how much I apply the leaning correction speed or whatever. You have this like upright velocity min threshold. I believe, let me just, you know, confirm my own suspicions with my code. If you're on 0, then I start to see like little bits of jittering, yeah? No? Maybe that's what other reasons why that was like that? Just confirming. And then the lean velocity max threshold, like that's pretty fine. There is definitely like a maximum amount that I let it lean, because otherwise then you kind of more likely to fall over. Let me just mess around with it real quick. If I make these 0 again, I do experience it here. Can I do more to like yeah, have this not happen? Because it's this, yeah. Because in a perfect world, I don't think I would need those numbers. That like leaning extra, like it should just. know not to lean too far via other code or lean further, faster. Because I'm not doing like I'm not doing perfect calculations for the exact amount that should be leaning and like how much exact force I should be applying to get these behaviors to happen. But just in terms of the movement, was that like just to get to be decently better? Is this all I really needed was just turning down the drag? I'm not quite sure yet, because one, well, okay, I have to put these back up because I see that like, yeah, this, these, that doesn't lean over enough is one thing. First thing I noticed is that, like, in terms of how like the player physically leaning, like it should in theory be more. I don't know. I'm deciding like how I feel about it in its current state. Like, is this enough? The markers, like we clear them or whatever, but that's not super important. There's the whole like there's the fact that I can turn in midair super easily. I'm curious to while I'm thinking about this. I'm curious to implement, and maybe it may be something that's only on the ground and not as much in midair. The idea that, like, I just want to see what it looks like if I'm moving like this, and then I decide to change directions. I just want to see what happens if I make it, like, instant, or mostly instant. The problem with that, is I can't just make it a bridge by dot velocity equals blah. Huh. And because I wonder if you're forward and then you slightly go to the side, like that shouldn't be an instant of a velocity change. But if I wanted to, you're moving one direction, you quickly turn, go the other direction. So basically trying to say that like the input matters more for the direction, but then momentum is just kind of adding on top of that the longer that you're moving in that direction. That'd be, okay, a weird idea would be if I messed with the drag and like the drag was like variable. Like, if you change directions, I just up the drag for a second, and then the longer that you've been holding down a button, drag starts to go lower over time. Would that be weird? Well, you're not going to be, like, I can't just measure it like, you've been holding the W key for however long. Because if I'm thinking ahead of this, for it's a controller, if I'm making slight turns, very slight movements, that, like, shouldn't trigger this thing. Well, okay, do I just look at, like, what's the way that we're currently leaning, and is the way that we now want to try to lean, like, more than 90 degrees... the direction that we're going. If that's the case, reset this like drag timer thing. But is that the way to do it? Is that the way that I would want to have a more snappy turning around on stuff? Oh, I'm also doing one hit. Hello. I realized that you redeemed Nup. I don't know how long ago that was. Whoops. But hello if you are still here. Yeah. So many questions. So few answers. I knew this was gonna be complicated. It's gonna be very tricky, and like a lot of I'm not sure what to do, and I don't know how much I've sort of put myself in a hole with the whole leaning thing. And if the player didn't move with the whole leaning thing, it was just like a normal character that just apply force and move them and then rotate them, and it was basically a big old ball. I don't know if that would just been so much easier to deal with, but I want to see if I can get to work with this whole leaning system, but I don't know if I need to just change the leaning system. Like, if I need to, instead of cheating it by calculating, just add force at position and, like, hope for the best, actually doing more calculating velocities and like, in order to move this amount, it should lean this amount and blah, 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 and more manual calculations. But ideally, I don't have to do that. Ideally, I can get it to work in something similar to its current form. I will add a comment here just to remind myself what this chunk does. This is just lean extra if going downhill, lean less if going uphill. But I would like... It would be great if I could solve more majestically. Some way so that, like, it is impossible. There's more in place to make it, yeah, impossible for the... make it more impossible to lean too far and do that, like, fall over, snap upright thing. Because that obviously shouldn't be happening. Also, we're back to that drag being too high. Is that what I want to do? Is that what I want to try? This idea of the longer we've been moving in a direction, move down the drag. Or, I mean, should I even be attaching that to the drag, or is there a different way I should be implementing that idea? Such as just, like, having the drag be something constant, but having the... I mean, because it's this add force at position. This is what is making the lean. This is what's making the lean happen. But in terms of stopping, like, the base to move in the other direction, drag might be more effective. Or, I mean, I can just add force in general, like at the base of the thing, not at the top. Wait, let me double check. This is, yeah, don't fall over is also in add force at position. You know. Yeah, that's where the wheel is. I want to double check something. So these, yeah, lean height offset, lean speed, lean correction speed. Right, this is the whole thing. Let me remind myself why this lean correction speed isn't infinity. You're trying to apply infinity force. That's, yeah, not what I thought that was accomplishing. So, okay, that part is stopping. But, yeah. There's a lot that just, yeah, can't be calculated perfectly because I'm doing this with physics. And that I want to be doing this with physics and not with, manually calculating stuff or using, like, a character controller or whatever, because I want this to be able to handle, you know, upside down and whatnot. I want to temporarily turn off the lean correction code. Where is that again? That is this. Yeah, turn off both versions just as a test of things. You still don't like the infinity force? Yeah. Although, just because doing that is gonna, I guess, just not do stuff. It's, yeah. We do get, yeah, we get funky behaviors when we're fully leaned over. It's like, you know, not supposed to happen, obviously. We're sliding away. Put the drag back to 1. Okay. Aha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Okay. So I'm just wondering if I have to sort of, yeah, recalculate the, depending on how much we are leaning, how much forces we apply. Or more, well, that to then also recalculate the lean stuff. Because there was some cases where I do think that, like, yeah, the amount that we're leaning isn't quite what it maybe should be. But I don't know. I don't know. Because it does seem unnecessary to need these, in theory. If the code was more perfect. But currently, as you saw, like, it was leaning, like, because, isn't it already? Yeah, because it is, there is stuff that this is supposed to be It's projecting the lean direction onto the plane that we're on, and that should be enough. Oh, right. Okay, right. So, when we're on a wall, I want to lean relative to the wall. That was already supposed to kind of be a thing. So why don't I cheat? I feel like one way of maybe doing this is to kind of cheat gravity, the player's sort of local gravity, and like as long as they have enough speed, it should be like they're suction to whatever surface that they're on, especially when it's like a wall or a steep slope. So, and that includes the leaning and the falling over and whatnot. So, remind me, is the player currently have gravity on? I'm thinking that I use gravity off on the player, because this will potentially help when you have like, oh, they're upside down, and yeah, you'll have some force that's kind of counteracting gravity. But I almost want to calculate my own gravity and be like, if you're upside down and you're going fast, don't calculate that gravity at all until we detach from upside down and then want to fall, and then start like with the player ground check. When we're not grounded, then effectively apply gravity. Although part of this could have like in here. And use gravity on, but you gravity handle everything else. Let this handle just this. But yeah, based on like a speed of some kind. Okay. So, fall. We do have, yes, separated fall code. And I already have. Do I? I specifically have a test that we're using gravity. Did I have that for any particular reason? I guess before, if I was like, oh, I want to have a situation where we disable gravity, but now I'm saying that I'm opting to potentially not use it. I can still use the physics.gravity amount if I really wanted to. I don't need to, but oh, gravity, that's a fixed direction. But I just want to try for a minute. Let's see. So right now we're pretending that we're grounded always, so we're going to use this. I guess otherwise we would use this. I want to say, apply force relative to, not relative to us because we're going to be leaning, but relative to the normal of the ground that we're on, which I've already calculated up here somewhere. It's one of these. Flatten velocity, flatten forward. Floor contact normal, which I'm gonna, hope continues to be accurate. And then it also works if we become slightly separated from the ground for a second, as long as we don't clear that, we can have some wiggle room if we came slightly detached from the ground, go back up and back into the ground. Let there be that little bit of cheating. Let's put this further away. Yeah. So instead of physics.gravity, well, I guess I'll steal the amount dot magnitude times floor contact normal. Times, we have a gravity multiplier that I might mess with. So I just want to see the initial result of what this does. So in theory, right. No, hold on, we still have this infinity thing that ain't supposed to be here. So we don't, right, if we don't start on ground, I guess I need to, can I just put in, the, like, default value of this should just be, you are vector 3 up. Are you trying to apply force going up? Wait, I think this is applying anti-gravity, and I need to have it not do that. Back over. Yeah, you do have the up. Times negative that amount. Trying to now see, is the problem that I need the force to be larger? Where's my gravity multiplier of this? Okay, that was the problem. Yeah. Okay, so just want to see some results of what that does. So now, if Like, and it's not gonna be like perfect. And well, currently it is set that if we fall off a wall, it immediately goes to being like global up effectively. So like that's cool and all. Right now I should be. Wait, what the heck? Is one of these not marked as? It's like that shouldn't be happening. Why? See how I'm flattened? And then it fights to be unflattened? I don't think this was happening before. Maybe it was. If we stop moving on surfaces, that's when we might change this behavior. And be like, if we're standing still, then apply force on the global down so that we start moving downwards. Right, because if we don't move on a slope, we're not going to move downwards. But once we're moving, in theory, we should be. Well, but then that extra, the extra speed, we're not gaining. If we're going downhill, we're not gaining a lot of so-called gravity speed. So like, it might be the case that I want to be applying this speed manually, or we're getting the lack of drag speed, like just us applying forces a lot. We're getting that speed build up, just not so much like this. We're then not having the steeper the slope, the more speed we're getting, which we obviously should be having. But this does potentially help with like the idea. Oh, right, I didn't undo the multiplier. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay, so this does, yeah, as I said, this potentially helps with sticking to surfaces slightly better, especially when we go up walls. You know, it's not the main concern right now, but like we'll get into it. It's a process. Oh, it is past midnight. Yikes. Okay. We'll keep going for now, but yeah, it's like, where do we go from here? There's like so many. This is the problem with this trying to change the movement. Is there's just so many problems that are hard to get nice solutions so that all of them work nicely. We're getting there. Okay, so if I said that hypothetically I only apply force going down. I also realized why the thing was being 0 because of that before. Because of how I've changed the calculation. That doesn't need the times 0 anymore, right? Oh, no, I did this because there was already one amount of gravity being applied. Okay, that's why that was there. But yeah, okay, I understand that. My old calculations for reasons that, yeah. So, if I only apply forces relative to where we are, but then I don't always want to, like, applying forces in the global kind of down. If I want the, you're going down a steeper slope, you gain additional speed. I already have, like, then that's an amount, that's technically, in theory, should be a matter of leaning extra. And then this lean correction speed, in theory, like, right now it's just, I put in a number, it's 40, and then, like, it's good. But it technically shouldn't be. It should be, like, well, it does have its own problems of, like, it's the more that we're leaning, we need to apply more force to then get us upright again, relative to the ground that we're on. But if you did hypothetically have a problem where you lean accidentally way too much, you gotta apply so much speed to potentially have any hope of leaning back up that it could then lead to us rocketing off. We're like, we don't want to do that. So I just don't know if I do need better control over the leaning. And like, I don't know. Do I perhaps have to give up on this being the way that I'm applying the leaning, and instead
have the lean itself be more calculated, like based on our speed, or based on, you know, how long we've been holding the input, blah blah blah. We should be leaned, you know, 60 degrees relative to what would be up based on whatever slope that we're on. Get it to be like us rotating based off of degrees, and then having this force counteract that stuff. Then we would, like, that would potentially solve the wonky physics problem of that we would never, if we're calculating anything such a number like that by actually having a physical degrees, then we can have a hard cap on it that we can never lean too far. We'll never lean 80, 90 degrees and then we'll rock it off. And then I could maybe then have this, instead of being just a speed put in, actually calculating a proper, like, based on how much we're leaning, here's how much speed we should be calculating, or here's how much force we should be using. Well, or maybe that would be unnecessary. Maybe then this would just be fine as is. Or, but then, like, upping this number a little bit, or upping the lean amount a little bit, or upping both based on the steeper the slope that we're on. Except, I mean, there's a whole thing of, if we're moving, just because we're on a slope and we're moving doesn't mean we should be going faster. If we're on a steep slope, it's like, if we're going down, then we get more speed. If we're going perfectly, like, along the side of said slope, like we're not going up or down, then we wouldn't be gaining or losing any speed. And if we're going up, then we'd be losing a little bit of speed. But I want to make it so you lose barely any, just that going uphill isn't doesn't suck. So this is hard. This is a hard physics problem. But so with a slope, if I'm not calculating, if I'm not having manual gravity, which again it can be based on a speed thing. The lower the speed, the more I then have regular gravity start to influence. Yeah, but then, gosh, I'm now also thinking of, like, depending on what kind of weird, like, slopes and stuff you could be on. If you're in that, if you're kind of going on a loop-to-loop, and you're at the point where you're at an angle like this, and we, you know, stretch that path, and you're going upside down like this, then you're on a slope that's on, like, whatever angle. You're going up a hill or downhill. If you're going downhill, like, would you gain speed from that? I guess, kind of, but, like, yeah, I don't know. And then the whole, like, how much speed until you drop off. If you're on a wall that's at, you were saying, like, I'm thinking that if you're on a wall that's, like, flat, if you're moving, I cheat it, like, if you're consistently moving very fast on a wall that's, like, sideways, we'll let you sort of stick to that wall. If you're on a wall like this and you're moving really, really fast along this way, would you eventually fall off? Maybe I mean, okay. Realistically, I don't see that happening that much in the game. And if it does, it'd be, you know, for a very short amount of time. And it's like, so I guess I can cheat that and just be like, if you're in any way, like, sideways or curved or upside down, as long as you're moving really fast, and maybe it is, like, the steeper the wall, the faster, like, that threshold is. As long as you're moving really fast, then you'll basically stick to it, because there's not going to be a lot of situations in the game where you are, like, upside down, moving along a tunnel for a long time. Oh, God, no, there will be. I might have, like, long cylindrical pipe or something, but, like, maybe that's okay. We can, like, allow, like, you know, some baloney, like, science in the game, like, oh, it's slightly sci-fi, and, like, the more speed you have, the more that your unicycle is slightly magnetic, because gameplay. Like, I can, it doesn't have to, none of this has to be physically accurate. I can do whatever I want if it makes stuff more fun. But the whole, like, moving upside down, it's not going to be done that much. It's like, oh, if you're moving fast, then, like, whatever, let it happen. It's like, if you're slow, then you fall. Like, maybe that's okay. Okay. So, saying all this, what do I do? I don't know if I should maybe starting to build some of the other test scenarios of, yeah, a pipe and being upside down, and I think I'll save that for next stream. Maybe, like, next stream we'll just be building this whole test skate park thing, because I still want to be, you know, coding more, getting the stuff to be working fine within just this ramp that we have that's not working super well. Okay, so yeah. I am thinking that it would be nice. It would be nice if the part that makes us lean was more fine-tuned, like it becomes an angle that we want, that we calculated. That would solve the issue of us potentially leaning too far and having to overcorrect. It would make that way less likely to happen, which would be very nice to have. Now, part of the problem is that I can't, like, we're talking about rigid body stuff here. I know that with that RB dot move rotation is a thing, but I believe, one, you're not really supposed to use this with rigid body stuff. You're supposed to do like RB dot velocity or RB dot angular velocity equals blah. I could go really hard physicsy stuff and like actually be like, okay, based on our input, we want to have an angle of, we want to become having an angle of 60 degrees relative to up based on the normal of like the slope that we're currently on. And then backwards calculate, like, then we're gonna need this velocity, or this angular velocity to get there. Which sounds like a huge pain. Huge potential problem, but, you know, maybe it would work. But maybe as an intermediate thing, we try move rotation and just seeing what happens, because again, for the most part, if we're rotating the player, oh right, I thought the player's based on the ground and not by the where the sphere is, which maybe that'll be fine, because we shouldn't be like jumping rotations. We're here and now suddenly we have a rotation of this. The rotations should still be, even with move rotation, it should be gradual, and then we might get more luxury to make it more gradual, because can I go to right now? It is very like you press the button, you're almost instantly leaned in like that amount, which is like maybe fine, but it'd be nice to maybe I can have the leaning be softer or something. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if I'll eventually have to, like, maybe I will have to make the leaning more visual. It can't be completely visual, because if the leaning is a lot, I need you to actually collide with stuff. If your head is hitting a wall or whatever. So I do need the turning, in theory, to be visual, especially if we're going up and around walls and stuff. I need that turning to happen. So regardless, I need the rotation to be calculated with a rigid body means somehow. But the fact that the moving is based on the lean, I don't know. In order to get the wacky movement that I want, I don't know if this will need to change more than I would like it to. But let's just start with this. Let's just say, as an example, we want to. Okay, so now if I'm calculating like a number, I mean it's not just, but to some degree I can say that it's like based on up. It's like, as an example, 60 degrees in whatever direction that we want to lean. So we do already know, I don't have to completely redo this. This is the direction that we want to lean. And we just lean in that, somewhat scaled based on like the input, which sure. This is the direction that we want to lean, and it is already normalized. So then I just need a number based on other parameters. So and then that stuff is also affected by slopes and all that jazz. So let's just, as an example, go float, like angle amount equals 60. Lean, which is steep for, we'll start with 30. Lean in the direction that we want to. You are a vector, so I hesitate to Quaternion.Euler, because sometimes that has finicky problems. But let's say, wait, well, okay, sticking this in how it currently is not going to immediately do what I want it to. This is like a direction So for actually this hypothetical rotation, the axes I care about are the x-axis and the z-axis, and not at all the y-axis. If I'm saying, right, because I'm also not even doing this locally, I currently don't want to turn the y based on the way that we're going, and then, I mean, if I were doing that, then I would, turn this hypothetically and then turn just, down, the 60 degrees in whatever direction we're going. But I don't want to rotate the parent player because I want to keep it being omnidirectional as it currently is. But then just the child with the actual unicycle moving parts, just that rotates just for purely visual matters. So to have this hypothetical, rotate this amount, but like keep the y the same. Interesting how, doing that, it immediately wants to, rotate other angles. We'll see if this, method even quite works how I want it to or not. And whether I want to keep this all in terms of quaternions or not, well, we'll see. So if this angle amount is 30, this is back in the world of fun quaternions and rotations, the thing I, struggle with a lot. That being said, hopefully I can figure that out. So, if I wanted instead, it's not just that okay. So I have a direction. I have, if I'm looking at this from a top-down view, I have my player, and I have already I want to go in this direction, and then I'm pretending that I have this number already calculated that is the 30. So I have to convert that into turning the player between, 0 versus 90 being entirely, turned that way, and then only turn 30 of that. I know that I can convert, I could convert stuff between world spaces potentially, and maybe do something where, the problem is that as I said, I basically just, I want to make sure that that whatever calculations I do, the y needs to not change. So I need to just do the, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I might be making this more complicated than I need to. If I only care about the x and the y, I'm calculating based on the input x and y stuff here. Although that's based on is based on the camera. I was gonna say that I could just take the w and s and have that just do the one axis 30 or whatever, and then the other axis 30. But that doesn't. Right, because I mean, if I went 45 and then 45, that is it's not leaning 45 in that direction. Or no, it's right. If I double check math that I think is correct. If I do this, instead go 45 and then no, hold on. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. Turn and then lean 45. That's a proper 45. This is way more than 45, and this would be hypothetically bad. Man, okay. I had an idea, and now I actually attempting to calculate it. And I'm sure that, so right now I'm trying to calculate some of this stuff manually. I know that there's definitely probably, Unity functions that would effectively do what I want to do. Look rotation's a thing. Look rotation is a thing, but how does that... where you can basically put in a... Because right now I effectively have a direction. And if I wanted to say... turn that into... Well, the problem is I'm not looking directly in that direction. You can this look direction thing that like you put in a vector that is a direction. It spits out the rotation that is looking that way. But I don't want to go all the way that way. I want to like. But maybe I could be like, okay, this would be the rotation if you were completely that way, and thus rotate completely 90 degrees, and then then turn that into some kind of hypothetical percentage thing. I'm sure maybe if I just Googled this, then like I could potentially find stuff faster. Unity, like, jeez, like just turning this question into words is tricky. Like rotate partially in direction or something along those lines, because again I don't even know fully that this is going to work, because the whole like the fact that if I'm attempting to do this through rb.move position, I don't know that the colliders are gonna quite cooperate. I know, yeah, there's rotate around. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because it's not entirely a look. Yeah, the part that's like, oh, only partially, but make sure that you're relative to being face up and not like rotating only underneath. I don't know if I even just like, there's some amount of me like cross product and dot product stuff that could maybe help me. I don't know, because I have the up direction, like vector 3 dot up, or actually in this case it'll be relative to the slopes. It's gonna be the slope, normal, whatever, and then I'm gonna have, if we fully like, this is the direction that we want to move, and then converting that to some space where I can be like, go 30 degrees from here over. I know I've done this kind of stuff before. I know I see here vector theta angle. I effectively want the inverse of this, don't I? Where I put in, or like, well, or something similar where it's like I have a from, have a to. Instead of 90 degrees, if I know the angle is 90 degrees, effectively go 30 degrees, then that's a vector that I have. And if I had that vector, but that's still not a rotation, but hypothetically, if I had that vector, it's like, this is the up. Then maybe look, can I use look rotation or something like look rotation where I want the up to point in that way? Let me double check something. Quaternion.look. And then passing a forward. Can I... I mean, I could potentially take that and calculate what its forward direction would be, but can I basically just say from to rotation? Creates a rotation from direction to to. Something along those lines may be helpful. Man, I'm rusty at this. I apologize. I want to double check. I can see an example of what that does. Which is like, from rotating from up to forward, but like, so the rotation's the y-axis goes along the z-axis. You take one and then convert to the other, but would that mess with the other axis? Because again, the additional step of this, I want to hypothetically do this in some way where the y is 0, but it's still pointing in the given direction, ideally. That's why if I could more exactly just be like, the x equals this and the z equals this, but the y is 0, and then blah, would be close. So like some Pythagorean here nonsense. But okay, so but I could try this kind of thing where if this was the up relative to the slope that we're on, and then this is that up that I calculate in the direction that is like that 90 degrees. I proposed a second ago how I would calculate such a thing. Do I remember what that was? That was if I would wait. No, if I have is it the look? No. How did I? Because if I have this one vector and this other vector, right? You know, like effectively flat, because effectively I look at it like on a certain the plane that it is, and then 30. Oh, it was vector dot angle, right? It was vector 3 dot angle. Angle between, I'm assuming, is as deprecative the same thing. The angle. Well, no, I know the angle, and I know the angle that I want. It's from the 2. It's 90. I effectively want like start at this one, go to that one. Did I not, like a second ago, propose like, oh, this is how to potentially do that, and I've completely forgotten it? Could I? Okay. Well, wait a minute. Okay, weird idea. If I expressed up as the rotation that it is, with the basically 0, 0, 0, and then the rotation in the way that we want to go, being this 90 degrees thing. If I get effectively the rotation that would be, and then did a S slurp from this to this, and the percentage being 30 divided by 90. Would that work? I have realized that a potential flaw in part of what this currently does is that this just looks at like... Or is that because I normalize it, that this does not care if these are in between numbers, which does mess with controller input. That's a whole separate thing that I may potentially need to do, not normalize this. That'd be like close enough. But that's a whole separate thing that I'll get to at some other point. Oh man, this is tricky. What are we at? It's 12:39. Probably go to around 1-ish, maybe. Again, I'm also like I feel like I'm starting to like trail crumbs of ways I could potentially do this. I don't know if I'm doing it completely the wrong way. There's a different way that would work much better. I just don't know if one of these solutions are going to mess with that Y value and do stuff that I don't want. Unless I do just like concede to be like, oh, I said 30, so go 30 on the X and 30 on the Y. Well, I mean, that only works if it's 45, but like, well, no, because again, yeah, the whole thing of based on the camera, it's not going to be exact on either of those axes. Just applying one number to both doesn't quite do it. Man, I thought this was that'd be like, oh, just get the rotation, just like do 30 degrees in a direction. That would be easier than it was. This is part of why I did the pure physicsy way of just being like, or to like add force at position. It took care of the rest. It did this bit for me. I didn't have to calculate this, but then it led to a bunch of other
problems with Do I set the angular velocity directly? No, because that's also going to have easy problems with it leaning too far. This just way that I'm trying to sort of control the max lean. I mean, I guess if I really wanted to, I could do the force way, but then also look at the rotation, but then I'd also need to calculate that kind of an angle and stop it if it goes too far. What I'm basically trying to do is, yeah, rotate in... yeah, how do I, like, phrase this? Like, if I'm starting here, I want to go here, I rotate partially along. Because if it was just two vectors... Well, it is two vectors, I mean two positions. If it, two positions is, yeah, just do a lerp with some percentage or something. Or subtract them and have some kind of offset and do stuff with that. So that, the 3D-ness of this is also what's kind of throwing me off, I guess. If it's just, you know... Pretend these are angles. If this is the up and this is the way I want to go, and I'd be like, you know, go 30 degrees or whatever, do this, figure out what this is, you know, that's math that I can potentially do. It's just even expressing my current 3D issue in a 2D kind of a plane is another step that I'm also rusty on how to properly handle. And I'm having troubles doing this. I'm like, how am I going to do the rest of all this movement that I want to do? So this from to rotation might work, but it might not. Well, if I can set like the forward direction, then it can just be the global sort of forward. But then that doesn't even completely work because when we're upside down in our walls, there's a lot of also. It's like this might be a potential problem, but or a potential solution, but not when we're upside down. Because again, like when we are fully upside down, then yeah, how do we deal with the leaning? But I guess that might completely override the leaning and do something completely different when we're in midair upside down, just to turn back around, just apply some angular velocity to get us upright or something. Something like, just like, get... Because again, these aren't positions. Get vector at angle between two vectors or something. I know vector 3 dot angle is a thing. I'm not trying to get the angle. I'm saying if I have... Okay, oh, it's like rotate vector or something. Be like, I have this. I see rotate towards as a thing. Okay, hypothetically. Rotate towards something like... towards a target. Vector, well, just try as an example, vector 3 dot up. And the target being lean direction. I have to pass in... well, okay, I was hoping... Max, let's just like the maximum amount that it can go. Well, wait, radians. Well, okay. If I then did, I guess, is there math, easy, just math f dot, yeah, degrees to radians. The 30 will show angle amount. What's your, oh, do you, wait. Oh, you're a constant. No, yeah, you're not a. Yeah, I have to go. Yeah, you're just the amount to multiply by. Yep, gotcha. Do you need that extra bit? Max magnitude. Magnitude should be... Max magnitude delta. Like, that's the amount that it should change. In theory, the magnitude should stay the same. Both of these should have magnitudes of 1. So I think it would be 0. Oh, then that's how I'm spitting it out. So that's not... Let me just start by spitting out some numbers just to see that we're calculating stuff good. Like, this is outputting what I think it should be given the input. Let the rotation stuff be the actual movement be the same. So I'm expecting this to not work. I was expecting it to not work by just brackets being bad. Okay. Put you back up. You weren't even the one that I wanted to put back up. Wait, yes you are. Oh, right. I copied another one just as a test. Don't need another player. So I just said see an error being spammed in the console. Oh. So, okay, see, that's not the number that it should be because that's just giving me normal up. So that didn't work. Not only rads to degrees, no. It's like pi over 2. Well, but that doesn't look like pi over 2. It would be 1 point what something. I apologize that this probably isn't the most entertaining thing to watch me just my brain melt out my ears, but necessary part of getting this to work. It just sucks that I'm as rusty with this as I am because this should be easier. So like, okay, well, okay, let me just, as an example, 30 degrees to radians. Is it just a matter of my, yeah, well, oh, this is like, oh, it's pi divided by 180, that's the, as an example, the 30 degrees times 0.0117-ish. Is that getting about 0.5? It is, which means that, okay, it seems like on first glance that this number's correct. So why does it seem like it's doing nothing? Seems like it's 010, which is the, like, input part that I'm passing in. That's this. Is it because lean direction? Should I be doing this based on the, like, and this should be off of that normal, I don't know, that floor contact normal technically, but I'm gonna assume that this isn't gonna work. I mean, technically, before I've touched the ground, even while I touch the ground, yeah, it should still be, yeah, it's gonna be the same on this surface. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Right, I'm not moving, because, right, yes. Wait a minute, no, wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, no, there, yeah, that was a step, I forgot. Okay, so I'm gonna just override this temporary, temp, here, just to test some more exact things. 101 dot normalized, close enough. That should be like on the 45s, lean all the way that way. Now you're spitting out, see that's what I was worried about. No. Maybe it's not so bad. The Y change, but with the actual end rotation that we get, the Y I want to stay the same. So if that is now an amount that I'm rotating towards, I'm gonna do this in multiple lines just so I can keep testing each
piece of the puzzle. So this is like lean up or something. The variable names might change, but this is like the amount that we want to lean, the like up vector from that, or something along those lines. Then the rotation that we want, move direction, so I need to get to a quaternion from this. Quaternion, just new rotation or something, lean rotation equals. I need basically a, that's why I can't, I effectively want, right, because I do need kind of a forward direction, right? So, well, okay. So I quaternion dot look rotation. The forward is for now, just for test. Actually, it's gonna be well, flatten forward is flatten forward. That's based on the slope that we're on. Already calculated thing, and then the up is going to be lean up, which if we're facing in this direction. I don't think I trust the Y to not come out of 0. I don't think that I can then, after the fact, then be like, take that lean rotation and make the Y equal 0, because because then like it'll turn the thing, which is a problem. But I'll kind of hypothetically be like, take this rotation and give me this a thing that would have the same up if the Y was 0. That feels very like, I don't think that will work. Let's go print lean rotation dot Euler angles. And this conversion of going back to Euler angles. Yeah, I don't trust this to not get. Ooh. Maybe I spoke too soon. Once I'm on this though, I was saying that I don't trust it to not mess with the Y. I need... Right, the other one is also... Speaking of things, I mean, it's like currently it's not messing with it a lot, but as soon as I turning, yeah, now it's like messed with it a lot. Right, wait, our flattened forward is different than our actual the forward that I care about. I can't have this just be vector 3.forward, I don't think, right? When we're like on a wall. How do I currently handle How do I currently handle not having an issue with the over here? Yeah, here I do stuff with the forcing the Y to be 0, but I just worry that that's going to change. It's going to physically rotate stuff where I don't want to be rotated, unless on the player itself. Don't you have just the constraints on? Yeah, don't rotate the Y. But RB.move rotation just doesn't care about that. Which, yeah, this creates a problem. It's like it's very close. It's very close. I just want it to, yeah, only rotate the Z and the X. But if I now change the Y, it like undoes some of that. Man, tricky. Programming is hard. Depending on what you're programming, which when you make players, there's a lot that is involved with vectors and quaternions and all that. And it's still just something I seem to struggle with. Well, very particular kind of edge cases, because I'm in this context where I can't just rotate it this certain way. I care about that I need the Y axis to stay the same. Which, yeah, it's a whole thing. But I can't just But again, I do think that if I were to have it calculate the rotation, and then after the fact zero at the y, I just don't think that's gonna do what I want it to do. Will it though? Am I just, maybe I'm making assumptions that aren't going to be true. So if I went vector 3 lean, I don't know, rotation Euler equals lean rotation dot Euler angles, and then dot y equals 0, but then and then lean rotation equals quaternion dot Euler that, and then spit that in here. Well, just to double check, if I convert it to this and then convert it right back, you know, let's jump right into as a test. I expect this to go well. Oh, because right now I'm also not, like, I'm just going, do it 30 degrees arbitrarily, which means I'm probably going to fall over, but yeah. Okay, well, so, I mean, it took the 0, although, wait a minute, you should be leaning based on my actual input, right? Don't I still, oh, I did temp lean input is, wait a minute, but you didn't go 1, 1. Right? The fact that you're going in a fixed direction means that this didn't work. I see 0, 0, negative 14, which is this 360, whatever. That means that it just didn't work. You're going the wrong way because you should be going like a little bit on both. So that means that didn't work. Something along this process just didn't do the right thing. So to test, before I did this messing with, just kind of test it beforehand. Still not working. Wait, why? So the removing the Y part of it wasn't what broke it. Flatten for. I did say that. So we'll try for a second. This we transform the vector 3 dot forward for a minute. Right, because the still? Wait, really? I guess I go back to printing the lean up, because I guess that's the part that's not being correct. Yeah, 0.35, 0.87, 0.35. That seems like it's an amount that's leaning in directions, I think. So why does quaternion.look rotation just take that and be like, nope, I'm good? Creates a direction with the specified forward and upwards directions. You have an overload. What is that? Not having the upwards part of it. I thought. If lean up is correct, then shouldn't that work? Unless I'm just misunderstanding some stuff about how book rotation works. Even though it seems normally, ordinarily self-explanatory. Unless I do some cross-product shenanigans where,
where I get like what the relative sort of forward would be. Well, I want the forward of the thing to be facing forward, but leaned over. Well, no, I guess maybe that doesn't work, because if you're leaned over, then you're not going to be... Oh, I guess I... Right, to be forward. Oh, that's why. Okay, no, that makes sense. I did misunderstand how this kind of works. So I would need... What would the forward that I would need be? Look forward, but effectively angled. Meh. So would I effectively need to cross product that with... well, it's like right direction, which I also don't know. Darn. And if I try to... I mean, do I take the look rotation with just passing in the up? But then again, if I'm rotating it like if I then try to rotate it 90 degrees, I need to know which way to sort of rotate it. Man, and I effectively... Oh, X-Men List! Hello! Welcome to the stream. We are attempting to code things with rotations and whatnot that isn't going super well. Everything except text rendering now works dynamically with my new 2D system. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. You're having a lot better success with what you're doing than I currently am with what I'm attempting to do. Basically, what was kind of funny to see my laptop run 900 FPS. Yeah, sounds great. I'm working on my game, The Handyman with Unicycle, and we are kind of deconstructing, well, we're rewriting some stuff with how the player moves to hopefully then come out the other side with it being a lot more interesting and cooler. Those 900 FPS is filling up the entire screen with images. Very cool. Yeah, that be a lot that you're doing for a lot of good performance. Very cool. Because, yeah, when you have game engine-y things, there's a lot more than it's usually calculating with lighting and all that kind of stuff. So you're just doing just images in the most, like, good on performance way you possibly can, then, yeah. Yeah, like Chance is able to do it faster, but still very cool to see. My laptop could not run any 3D game even if optimized. Yikes. Just not fast enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay, what? No, it's 12:54. Yeah, I should be stopping soon-ish, kind of. Okay, so... Well, it can run simple 3D games like Minecraft with optimization mods. Fair enough. Or something like CSGO, too demanding for it. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not good. On low settings? Yeah. Yikes. But will it be able to run my game? That's the question. Well, this game is the most good on performance thing ever, I say, as I have all these physics calculations going on. Okay, yeah. So we're trying to, improve some stuff with the player, and I'm currently a little stumped on something that I thought would be simple, that I don't even know if it's gonna work once I get there, which is... but basically changing how some of this leaning is going, and rather than it going off of this, like, RB.add force at position thing, I'm trying to see if I can have it be have more control over the exact amount of lean that happens. So as a test, I'm being like, based on the input, like, lean 30 degrees that way, lean 60 degrees that way. But doing that with some extra restraints with how the player where effectively I'm trying to take this. This is effectively the colliders of the player, the copy of the player here. And, rotate in a direction,
but I need... One extra thing is that I need the... I need the Y to stay 0 because of reasons. The Y needs to stay 0, so I'm basically only messing with the X and the Z to get what I want. But I effectively want to be able to, like, mess with the X and the Z to be like... Oh, even that rotated the Y. Rotate 30 degrees that direction, but have it actually be like 30 degrees relative to up, and getting those calculations to happen in code is being tricky. 99% of my optimization is just minimizing small things that could potentially affect performance and then benchmark it. Yeah, well, eventually, a million years from now, I'll be at that step on this game here. Gotta have the game actually work first before I can optimize a bunch of stuff. And yeah. Okay, so what is there? Because I'm tired and I'm struggling to come up with how exactly to do this, and I'm more hesitant on Googling stuff and watching videos mid-stream. So maybe I'm probably gonna have to end the stream soon anyway. Then I'll do more extensive Googling and research on quaternion and vectory things. Because again, I still don't even fully know if this is gonna work, or then I have to then. Well, but I could still potentially use this information and, like, in a way, potentially, if I can know this, like, if I can look at the way that we're currently leaned, which I guess, hold on, maybe what okay, wait. Maybe one thing I could do instead to then still get the benefits of this being all through forces and whatnot. If I did the normal way of leaning the player that I did there and what's commented out with having forces that make the player lean, and then I, after the fact, look at what the rotation is and compare it to the rotation if we were upright, get that actual number, rather than how I calculate it here, where I'm just comparing, like, objects and stuff, not actually calculating an angle. If I did actually calculate that angle, then I have that number relative to up. And then maybe then I use that to say, if we've leaned more than the amount that we want to lean, then don't, like, cut off applying more force. And then that could stop us from leaning too far. If I sort of hard capped that. Huh. Maybe that could work as an alternative. I can't get this to work. I'd still like to have gotten this to work so I could have it. Just I could see if this is going to. Because I don't know if this combined with this bit, I don't know if it's going to work in the first place. I was curious to just kind of see if it would work with, like, as it's changing and you know, colliding with stuff. I'm trying to save every single millisecond I can so that I can spend more time on I'm trying to save every single millisecond I can so that I can spend more time on reading the game assets. Oh yeah, because reading and stuff from files, that tends to be a big drain on performance. I want my tab loading to be more than 60 FPS too. What's tab loading in this context? But, loading something of some kind, I imagine. I've just realized another problem with the forceful leaning that I was potentially trying to do, and if I did do like angular stuff. If I'm down here, I'm gonna move this back in a second, but if I'm here and I'm leaning and I hit this wall, I'm gonna stay leaned and hitting my head against this wall, whereas currently the way with the physics, it'll fix itself and eventually be more upright. So that's a potential issue. Okay, so let me just try switching gears for a minute. Instead of doing it this way, like when I switch to a new tab for the first time in your program, like in your graphical thing you're making, you can switch tabs. That's a thing that does stuff. I don't want to read it all at startup either, because there's a lot of tabs that'll add up. So I'm gonna do it on tab loading in the UIS. Yeah, I made tab control. Ah, okay, cool. So yeah, then trying to figure out the best way of handling performance stuff. You do it all at once, then it'd be fast after, but then it's a lot up front. Doing it on each time you're loading a thing, and you're loading a lot. Maybe there's some way you kind of 50-50 with it, where you load some stuff at the beginning all at once, and then some things just tab to tab. But luckily my laptop disk speed is not bad. Cool, good. But didn't you say that it is really bad for running anything 3D? I guess it's more like CPU. CPU bad, disk for hard drive and stuff good. Oh, but it went into the disk. Fair enough. Okay, so pivoting to just saying do the force, but if we've leaned more than, as an example, 30, do a hard cutoff of don't lean anymore, and don't lean anymore by just stop applying the force. If we stop applying force, there'll still be the little bit of momentum that might make us lean more, but it should be minimal, in theory. CPU is mediocre, GPU is horrible, disk is pretty good. I'd say half a gigabyte per second is pretty good for a laptop. I don't have a frame of reference for what those speeds should or shouldn't be, other than bigger number equal good, so I'll take your word for it. Okay, so if we have this hypothetical... Hold on. Oh, right, there was also this extra lean amount. But in theory, then, I won't need this half of it if this thing I'm about to do works. So if we have this hypothetical max lean amount, and maybe we even, it can threshold it where it's an amount where we start to slow down, and then an amount that's a hard cutoff or something. Or even that this max lean amount changes, it can be a variable based on, how long we've been moving in a single direction or something like that, perhaps. At least half a gigabyte is good enough for Pokemon. Half a gigabyte is the size of the entire ROM, so the entire ROM, the memory would take 1 second. My desktop has 1 gigabyte per second. I see. Cool. Okay, so if I apply this force, so now we are leaning, so then notice that I'm sure I have a reason, but I'm just realizing I'm doing this based on vector through dot up for some reason. And I'm not sure if it should be. Because walls? Is that a problem? Might eventually be a problem. Yikes, there's so many little things. So many little things to cover. Am I up for the challenge? Hopefully. Okay. So we have some... first tab, we'll use the personal narc, which is 100 kilobytes in size. I'll pretend to know what that is. I'm not sure. But, yeah. Oh, I'm yawning a lot. No. Okay. Okay, so, max angle amount, if it's hypothetically 30, then I just need to look at instead... Then this is just a vector 3 dot angle thing. Angle between vector 3 dot up and our current rotate. Well, not even vector 3 dot up. It'd be the up that we would have based on the floor that we're on, which is floor contact normal, and then our not even our lean direction. That it's going to be our just transform dot up. So then that's easy. Then this will hypothetically be 30 or something. Pass that into float lean angle or something, and then just if cur angle is greater than our max, we can just equal to our max angle amount, then we're cutting off this basically. So I could just say return, or I could just say is less than, then do this stuff. Although, I mean, if I really cared, then if I'm not gonna run this, then I don't even need to calculate this for this frame, so I technically could not even Well, it should, I'm not getting input sounds, like not what I want to do. If I wanted to suddenly move in the other direction, I'd be careful on that. We shouldn't be trying to lean more in the direction that we're trying to. If it'd be like, if we think that applying this force will increase our angle, then we shouldn't. If we think it would decrease it, then hypothetically we shouldn't. We would let it run, but for now, just as a test. Just, I want to see what this does. So now, in theory... Oh, see, like... Okay. Yeah, okay, see, that's... no good. This wibble wobble? Yeah, no. No. Oh, I missed. I had GPT do the math for me, so excuse if. I'm missing. Personal arc is the archive with all the Pokemon stats. Ah, interesting. Cool. GPT do the math for you, so it's incorrect. It'll take approximately 0.195 milliseconds to read 100 kilobytes of data at a reading speed of half gigabyte per second. Very interesting. Their biggest file is 8 megabytes. That take my laptop 625 milliseconds. That's barely 6 FPS just on file input output. I definitely can't load all that at once. Interesting. That's math. Yeah. But yeah, so giant file can't load it at once, so having to split it up and figure out how to have that. What did I just do? See here? Oh my god, I'm stuck. See, this is an example. Why am I stuck? Because now I'm 90 degrees relative to the wall that I'm on. So, right, yeah, okay, I conceptually understand why that's doing what it's doing, but it shouldn't be at all. Not anywhere at all what it's doing. Oh, I'm gonna go to play mode. When it being paused, I think I would have fallen into the fine. Oh, I get that back up. So like you said, I gotta make the use of loading things at different times and be smart about it. Yeah. So there's a degree to which you could maybe, like, when you first launch your thing, even if you haven't loaded, like, do preloading at the beginning, but it doesn't all have to be in one frame. You could spread it out over, like, doing a percentage of it each frame, perhaps. But still at the beginning of the program, rather than having to do it all at once right when you load up the tab. That could be a thing, potentially. I don't know if that's the best way to tackle that problem, but it is a potential one. Let's see, do we currently still mess up? No, we're going to walls. No. Yeah. So this, okay, so on first glance, this, like, throttling, unless it's just a hard cap for being at, like, 80 or something, it doesn't work amazingly, because I'm seeing here it's like it's doing a weird, like, knocking, because it's like crossing the threshold, so it stops applying the force, then it crosses, like, then it goes back until it's not crossing the threshold anymore, and then it is like it's going back and forth between applying the force and not applying the force, which, like, I was hoping would be small enough that it would, like, just kind of ride being on 30. But, like, I guess I get why it's not doing that. So rather than cutting it off, it should be more of a, I guess, more of like a throttle kind of a thing. The problem is a lot of that would potentially work better if the speed itself was already low. There's less hard, like, fast correcting that it has to do. But a lot of this, the way that I'm applying it, needs to be fast. And that makes it more difficult. If I at least put this up to, like, 80. This doesn't... Yeah, then it, less solves the problem it was initially crafted to solve. Why now? No. Unity, how could you? How could you betray me?
It could be done for the demanding tabs for sure. In the case where it takes less than 5 milliseconds, I'm not too worried. Yeah, so on startup, it can start slowly loading the demanding tabs, as you said. Potentially. I'm just throwing random ideas at it. You definitely know more about how your stuff works than I would. But yeah, hopefully you're able to figure it out. So this, like, now it's just working how it was before because, oh, never mind. That, right there just kind of did the thing that was crafted to not do. So it just straight up didn't really work. It didn't really hard. Because I'm just stopping the applying of the force. I'm not correcting the rotation afterwards or anything. And doing so would potentially be dangerous and require some of that other math that I wasn't able to calculate before. Oh yeah, this ain't good. Yeah. This is what we don't want. This is, I'm fully leaned over, so I guess I'm applying a ton of force in that direction because that's how the leaning code currently works. And yeah, you weren't supposed to be able to go completely upside down. That's why there was lean correction code, but I was trying to get it to be perfect without it, because in theory it should be. And startup, it would start. Yawn. I can't talk without yawning. Yeah, the laptop is faster at direct 3D initialization though, which is great. Cool. The entire window starts up in 30 milliseconds. It sounds awesome. Feels instant to my eyes. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, speed be good. I'm glad happy that I'm currently like, with my streaming stuff. I got a new computer a little bit ago, and it's very fast. It's great. Yeah, helping with streaming and other things that I do, like with my job and whatnot. I totally. How am I going up the wall like that? No. What? I thought I uncommented the correction code. No, not at all. Yeah, because this should be there. Much the same, similar kind of calculation. Nope. My desktop is slightly more delay on the initialization, like it's still fast but not as fast. Oh, I assume it's because my desktop has a physical GPU and my laptop just has it integrated. Sure, that potentially, maybe. Oh gosh, it's 1:14. It is late. Oh no, I was hoping to make way more progress on this and have this actually be good. I wasn't expecting to. I mean, I partially expected because all this physics and vectors and quaternions always gets me every time. Well, it's like, but that's such a big part of at least the type of games that I make. There's like so many other things that'll be a part of this game that won't involve messing with quaternions and vectors all the time. But then there's so many things that will. But part of it was that's why like the cheating it with physics. Just do everybody did add force and add like rotation, add force at position, and let the physics engine just handle the rest. You're not gonna worry about it. But physics can be sloppy and yeah, problematic. No, it's yikes. It's tricky. But I think I will unfortunately have to cut things off basically now, which is unfortunate. But I guess we built this kind of environment. Like there was a decent chunk at the beginning of the stream that was just building the environment and all that. I'm gonna try to do some research and Googling between now and the next stream. So I wanted more of the stream to be actually just the building stuff and it working and it being a success and all that. This where I'm just like, trying to just figure out the proper plan of attack, just even how to do what I want to do in the first place is being a struggle. I said like before I went into this that I knew that trying to do this player building, like redoing this stuff with the player was gonna be challenging. I knew this going into it, but the longer I put this off, the more of a problem it becomes later. Like if I jumped right into starting to build this next test level, or this first test level,
if I then wait to then, like, or if I do that and then come back to then improving the stuff with the player, then I'm gonna have to like realign everything. Like, there's a lot of stuff that then just will probably break and not work. So ideally I have the player done and perfect and great and bug free. Ideally that happens before I make the first real level, but the process of actually getting there is indeed a struggle. But like we got there at one point with all of this stuff before, so hopefully we can get there again. But I'll probably do a fair amount of Googling and just figuring out maybe even just a better approach to this problem than the problems that I'm trying to solve. Because there's just so many with just all the nuances of this character and with like the unicycle parts of it and a lot that comes from just that, like, oh, you're not just on flat ground or whatever. I want this to handle like the whole, going up walls and then working differently in the air. And there's just so much to this to just get it from being decent to hopefully getting it to being great. But if I can get through all of this and then we get to the other side of this and it's great and it's like better than before and it's like more bug free, then that would be great. And so hopefully we can get there. So I'm hoping to stream tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Thursday, I think. Yeah. Hopefully I will be able to, if not then the day after. But I'm thinking that. So I'm gonna do more, Googling and stuff between this stream and actually hopefully productive in that. Like actually come back at the next stream and be like, haha, I know what to do now. Blah blah blah. Mastered quaternions. And I'm thinking the next thing that I'll do on stream is, I guess, just starting to build more of this test environment for just the different stuff that I want in it. So we have just this little hill and ramp. There's like way more scenarios that I want to exist and to test for, that then as we actually test them, I have to like alter like so there's like making a few different sizes of like slopes going down and ramps and like have a wall that is so steep we should not be able to climb it. Make sure the code works with that. Having an actual slope that goes vertical, then be going up a wall. I want to be able to have a bit of like a wall run, like going like up onto a wall and going along a wall and then down and like have that work. I want a cylindrical pipe, potentially do loop-de-loops in, having actual full-on like Sonic style loop-de-loop perhaps. Get that stuff to work, and then also having more with that with the walls and different angles and upside down, different slopes going downhill and uphill. An area maybe of like bumpy ground and like making sure that all works good. And we just need to keep then working on this to get to the point where we have a character that can deal with all of those scenarios and function. Oh, and then maybe then littering some of those with hazards to make sure that even those environments, when there's also some stuff that like you gotta weave around, make sure that works good. I never got to I said I might try to have like, if you're moving in a direction, then you stop and move in the other direction, it being more instant or whatever. But because I want the like momentum if you're moving in a direction and the instantaneousness of changing directions quickly to dodge hazards and stuff, but still having it hopefully look good. Trying to get the best of both worlds there. The momentum, because momentum is fun, and the snappiness, because be able to weave around hazards if a bunch of stuff is coming at you is also important for the gameplay. Anyways, though, I think we're gonna wrap things up here for now, and hopefully we'll have more success with this tomorrow. This is gonna be rough to get this done, but it's a necessary step. Because, like, we have a player that's technically functional, but I just think it can be a lot better with, what I'm hoping for that it can turn into. But it's going to take a lot of math and physics to get there. Hopefully I will be capable of, but, and I'm very tired right now, so maybe I sleep on it and not be tired more, and maybe I'll have better workings of how I can get back into this. But also, I think there was the additional step of, I hadn't looked into this code with the rest of this in quite a while. Now that I've gone back and looked at this, I have a somewhat better understanding of how my previous code worked in the first place. So there's that step, I suppose. Well, a lot of it's having to be rewritten anyway. So, anyways, though, stop rambling for now. Next time, pick it back up and hopefully
get it to a better state of working. So that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Bye.